Executive Director of the UNEP, Mr. Anderson, and also Mr. Milnar, Acting Executive Director of UNHabitat, joining us to open it. We would like to get, first of all, to open this meeting. But again, just to tell you that for the online participants, there is a live stream on the Urban Shift live stream. So it's possible also to follow both on the Zoom and LinkedIn. So with this, it is my great pleasure to give floor to Mrs. Inger Andersen, the UNEP Executive Director, to open this Cities and Regions Summit of UNEA-6.
Good morning.
Morning.
That's how we do it in Kenya. That's how we do it in Kenya. Listen, warm welcome to Nairobi. For those of you who have traveled in, you arrived when Nairobi is showing itself as the most beautiful and the most welcoming, and a little bit hot for us here because you're up in 1,700 meters. But it is such a pleasure to have cities, municipalities, local governments here. And I don't need to tell you how much this adds to UNEA. We are immensely grateful and of course, always happy to work with our colleagues at UNHabitat and everyone else who's here. So let me first of all say that for us at UNEP, we are deeply grateful, as I said, to Habitat, but also to C40 cities, to ICLEI, to World Resources Institute, to Bloomberg Philanthropics, and UNDP, and many, many others, and everyone here in this room, because there's no way that we could move this agenda without everyone present here. You are the leaders, you are the voices for local government, you are the representation of where government meets people every day. And we all know in this room that cities hold this immense gravity. What you do or don't do brings trust in a society, brings trust in government, brings a sense of stability and a reliability. It's very different when you are at the local government level, how the citizen meets its government as compared to the higher level of government. And so as we are urbanizing and 2/3 of the world living in cities, your role is expanding every day. And that means that it is not just the service provision, but it is also servicing of the environment that you need to take into account and consider how you will manage environment that is under your care, while at the same time having densification happening in the urban areas. Now, we often speak about the triple planetary crisis. You will have heard us speak about the crisis of climate change, the crisis of nature and biodiversity loss, including obviously desertification and land degradation, and the crisis of pollution and waste. And each of these crises plays out right on your doorsteps within your cities, one way or the other. Climate change, coastal cities obviously often exposed to high storms, or inundations, or indeed droughts and water shortages, or heat waves of catastrophic character. Biodiversity is lost, and that means to a large extent that the livability of your city becomes less attractive. No one wants to bring up their kids in a concrete jungle. People want their kids to be exposed to clean and green, and biodiversity offers that in cities, of course. And of course, pollution and waste, what we, this species of ours, produce, that we leave that toxic trail behind, how to manage all of that. So the truth is that cities are the biggest drivers of the triple planetary crisis. We are ferocious, we are hungry, we need resources, but cities are also where the solution spaces are. And that's very important. This is where great minds congregate. This is where innovations happen. This is where we can find solutions together. And this is where we see that small changes that we may make at the policy level can have these big shifts and impacts. In this context, I'm very proud to sit next to the mayor of Quezon City, who won the Champions of the Earth Award this year for her outstanding leadership at Quezon. But I'm sure that there are many other city mayors here who are doing equally brilliant work. But we see the cities as the place of solution, where circular economy, even if it's not yet a countrywide thing, can be tested and tried because you have the mandate. You are those that deal with municipal solid waste. You are those that can make local regulations. We see the cities as a place where urban mobility can be really enabled, where electric mobility can be tested, starting with buses. You can ban two-strokes. You can encourage electrical. You can give advanced privileges to e-mobility, to two-wheelers, whatever it is that is correct in your setting. But it is in the cities where we have this experimentarium of what might yet come on the bigger national scale. It's also in the cities where we find green infrastructure when you're smart about it. Using playgrounds can be wetlands when you have the big, so you have the green spaces, you have the parks, but if the inundation comes, this can be where the permeable surfaces will be there so that the water can be captured into the aquifers and not run right into the oceans and the drains. Using smart buildings, encouraging smart disaster management infrastructure, encouraging renewable energy, encouraging obviously composting, recycling, and reduction of waste. And so we see this as being really critical. And that's why the revitalization of the Greener Cities partnership with UN Habitat is one element that we carry quite sincerely at this time. Because a multi-level governance story where you sit often at the front line, as I said, where citizens meet their government, for that to work, we do need a whole of government approach, obviously. And the cities are really the place. And what we are encouraging in this UNEA, for those of you who are staying a little longer, is that cities also begin to see themselves in the mirror of the multilateral environmental agreements. Some of you already very much do, I hasten to add. Whether it's climate change agreement, whether it's a desertification agreement, whether it is biodiversity or the chemical agreements, et cetera, et cetera. And allow me here to make a little pitch for an agreement that's under negotiations, a plastic agreement. Because this is actually an agreement that for this group of stakeholders is incredibly important. Now, some of you, when you flew into this beautiful city of Nairobi, you may have heard an announcement over the loudspeakers telling you that if you had a plastic bag in your luggage, now is a good time to take it out and leave it behind on the plane so it can go back to whoever brought it in, because plastic bags are illegal in this country, have been for some 12 or long time years. And while it's a small step, it is an important step. And the National Environmental Management Authority, NEMA of Kenya, makes raids akin to drug raids on illegal plastic bag producers and closes it down and will tweet the criminals who are doing these missteps and will prosecute them to the full extent of the law. A small step. But what I wanted to mention was the plastic agreement. And I mentioned the Kenyan experience because don't wait for the negotiations to finish. We shall finish, God willing, at the end of this year. But there's a lot that you can already do in your city setting. And I encourage you, and I know many of you are doing it. But what is it then that we're looking for in that agreement? One, obviously, and I really ask for your voice to be elevated as this negotiation is happening. One is to eliminate the single use and the short-lived. That's obviously important. How can we eliminate, phase out the single use and the short-lived? Obviously, there'll be exceptions, medical use. I mean, we understand, but so much plastic is just what in India, I learned they refer to as mindless plastic. Secondly, overall elimination and reduction. Can we find another way of delivering the product? It's obvious. Do we need to wrap things that nature has already wrapped for us in plastic? Thirdly, I want to talk about the redesign of the product itself. We are spending a lot of money shifting water around for cleaning products. Does it need to be wet? Can we have it dry? The same for cosmetics and personal hygiene products. A lot of innovation is happening in that space. Obviously, and this is where the cities come in, EPI, extended producer responsibility, take back schemes. Can I bring back my stuff? Maybe I get a little benefit of bringing it back. Different jurisdictions have different rules, but try to innovate in that space if you already have not done so. Clearly, we need to see transparency in the way we report on that treaty, and we need to see labeling transparency. It can't be greenwashing. This is green plastic or whatever, that's not how it works. And we have to, obviously, that plastic which we will use need to be recycled. Therefore, we need to understand chemicals of concern. And then, since the 20 million people who are the waste pickers of this world are the global sanitation workforce, we need to find justice for those people in that transition in a manner similar to we are talking about coal miners and oil workers, etc. We need to ensure that these people who are the service providers of today become the sanitation workers tomorrow. And finally, of course, we need to talk about there will be differentiated approaches to this, and we need to have a financial mechanism and so on. But I encourage you very much to engage in this from the municipal level, because you are the ones that are drowning in plastic first and foremost. So the subnational story is critical. We also think that tailored finance is critical beyond the plastic story to enable the cities to make the shifts that they have to do. Some of you are able to issue municipal bonds. That is great. And that will allow you to do a whole bunch of things. For that, you need to have tight city finances. Otherwise, your bonds are going to be junk bonds. But there are real opportunities there. Others are not so lucky and will have to think of other ways to mobilize funding. We know that the green infrastructure is something that can be eligible under the various vertical funds, and that's a good thing. But I was recently, that's untrue. I was in Karachi some 10 months ago, and I saw, actually the director can tell me exactly when I was there, and I saw how in the streets, communities were simply coming together. I will plant 4 trees outside my house. You will plant 4 trees outside your house. It's not too expensive. I will water mine. You will water yours. And a lot can be done by community mobilization, which I note that a number of countries are doing. But national governments can also establish funding mechanisms at the local action, and of course at the local level. And we need to see the MDBs, the bilaterals, and many, many others step up in this regard. So for us to have you all here and the thousands who are online is a tremendous privilege, and we do not take your presence for granted. Sorry about that. I don't know what's happening, but we really look forward to hearing your voices, to hearing your guidance, your criticism, your demands, and your direction of travel. Because for us here at UNEA-6, we're seeking to address climate change. We're seeking to address nature and biodiversity loss. And we are seeking to address pollution and waste. And it all comes together at the municipal level. So my deep, deep appreciation to you all for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Executive Director Mrs. Anderson, for this inspiring speech. Now I would like to give floor to Mr. Michal Mlnar, who is the Acting Executive Director of UNHabitat.
Thank you, Gulnara. Thank you, Executive Director of UNEP. The partnership with UNEP to organize this important event is really something that is not only natural, but also very exciting. It's great to see many familiar faces, many partners that, whether on the UNEP side or on UNHabitat side, we have worked with very closely for many years. So, Karibu Nairobi, I think it's always important to say that it's great that you found the time to engage in this particular platform, and I do hope, like the Executive Director of UNEP, that you will stay a bit longer through the UNEA that is starting next week. Welcome also on behalf of UNHabitat. As you know, cities is part of our DNA. I wake up every morning thinking about the important partnerships that we have with many of you, and really the everyday work that is focused on empowering the partnership with local and regional governments, the partnerships with mayors, governors, city alliances, and all of you. Of course, not to forget to mention the civil society, the women organizations, youth groups, which are particularly close to our hearts, and other partners. So again, welcome, and it's very exciting to have this conversation just before UNEA starts. The call for amplifying local leadership indeed has never been more pressing. At this halfway mark, our strides toward the Sustainable Development Goals veer horrifyingly off track. And the global stocktake mirrors our collective failure to meet the commitments of the Paris Agreement as well. Our cities are both the battlegrounds and the solutions in the triple planetary crisis that has already been mentioned. And you are all familiar with the statistics that cities are responsible for 70% of global emissions, and over 70% of our cities are already experiencing the impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss today. But yet, 80% of the global GDP is generated in the cities. So it is only obvious that we have to do better in terms of bridging the challenges and the opportunities, or turning more of the challenges to more of the opportunities for our people on the local level. Mayors, governors, and local leaders are indeed our first responders to crises that all converge in our cities. And we often say that the future of this planet indeed is urban. We already have around 50% of the entire population living in the urban centers, and up to 2050, it will be up to 70%. So, of course, this is something that we have to take into account on a daily basis and collectively design those sustainable solutions that, of course, properly take into account also the triple planetary crisis challenges, the environment as such, but of course, and in particular also the climate context. Mayors around the globe grasp the urgency of this triple planetary crisis and are acting on it. You are actively championing carbon reduction measures by expanding public transit, slashing energy consumption, enhancing waste management, nature-based solutions, and advocating for green, resilient construction. Indeed, our Green Cities program that we have owned together with UNEP is a special platform that we would like to regenerate, reinvigorate with some new energy and new practical ideas, and we will be coming back to you with some of those shortly. But you, the local leaders, cannot and should not do it alone. Climate finance needs to reach the local level to fund a climate revolution in cities. Cities also need the technical and human resources and the access to innovation and technology to make this happen. And of course, at UN Habitat, again, we wake up every morning with thinking about smart cities. And smart cities is not just a theoretical idea somewhere there in the technical or technological community, if you will. It's a very practical concept that is happening, and that we also need to turn into practical areas that help us in the same context. You probably know that at UN Habitat we have been tasked now to develop international guidelines for people-centered smart cities, and that work has very much already started. We are working hard with a group of 31 experts from all over the world, and by May of 2025, we'll be coming up with those international guidelines that will be for all of us to take advantage of. So please do take advantage of the current opportunity that has been created, because we will be organizing 3 rounds of global consultations, starting in April already in Strasbourg, in France, continuing in October in Baku, Azerbaijan, and then into next year in many, many other places as well. But above all, local climate solutions needs to reach those that need our support the most, particularly the millions of people living in informal settlements who are the most vulnerable to climate impacts. To achieve global climate goals and SDGs, we need multi-level climate action indeed. And just a few quick points, quick examples that I wanted to highlight in this particular context. Firstly, at COP28, and I'm very happy to also see a representative of the COP28 presidency, cities and local governments found themselves under an unprecedented spotlight, underscoring their collective role in driving global climate action. Our first ever local climate action summit during the COP28, where we served as co-chair together with the UN Special Envoy on Climate Solutions, Michael Bloomberg, and other partners. It brought together more than 500 local leaders and showcased the critical role local leaders play in tackling the climate crisis. And also the ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change brought together more than 60 governments and more than 1,000 participants. Of course, we are already working very closely with the COP29 presidency, with Azerbaijan and Baku, to keep the track of these same initiatives also as we move ahead. The outcomes of these events were summarized in the joint outcomes statement and the 10-point strategy aimed at boosting local climate action, fostering multi-level collaboration, and accelerating local climate finance for an efficient and effective response to the climate crisis. Secondly, we need to transform the SDGs into reality at the local level. I'm sure you are all familiar with the concept of localization of SDGs, which we are proudly crafting and catalyzing within the UN system and beyond. And we are really proud of further deepening and moving ahead in this particular context. You probably know that we have recently launched the Secretariat of the Local 2030 Coalition that is now based in Bilbao, Spain. And of course, it is an excellent platform for us to do better on all SDGs and bringing them down to the local level with the mayors, the governors, and other important local actors. Thirdly, we are preparing our next World Urban Forum in Cairo in November. And we are very proud of bringing the World Urban Forum for the second time to Africa. So we do hope that all of you will be able to join us in Cairo in November. Registration is already open, and even registration for events and exhibitions has already been launched. So there is really a lot of exciting work ahead of us. I know that many of you are very familiar with the World Urban Fora and what transformative opportunities they present for us to continue having those important discussions. And lastly, we are launching today a technical brief looking at the urban content of nationally determined contributions of CHAMP endorsing countries. This shows a clear opportunity for action. Among 72 countries endorsing CHAMP, more than 50 countries lack sufficient emphasis on urban priorities, which presents really a good opportunity to achieve climate goals through enhancing urban content as countries revise their climate commitments in the next 2 years. We cannot overemphasize the importance of collaboration, strong collaboration between all different levels of governments, but also with financing institutions, the private sector, and the academia to collectively contribute to greater local climate action is key. We are here to bring the voices of the cities to this global forum, and I'm looking forward to working more closely with UNEP and with all of you, not only in our multiple projects and initiatives, but also to jointly promote more multi-level climate action and focus on delivering practical results. May I invite all of you to join us in these endeavors to shape a resilient, just, and sustainable urban future for all. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mlar, for outlining actually for very rich cooperation that we all have on these urban issues, on the milestones that we had, but also the milestones which lay ahead, for which, of course, we're already preparing. And also, I would like to use this opportunity also to thank all the partners who actually were engaged in this preparation of this summit. Just to say, it is led by UNEP and Uninhabited, but it was done in cooperation with our many partners, which are on the agenda on the website. So we would like to thank all the partners for the preparation, because the fact that we have thousands of people online and engaged in this process, it's not just an event, it's part of the process of our work to address the multiple challenges that were outlined in these two both opening presentations, and address the issues of implementation of the multilateral environmental and climate agreements, and with many challenges ahead. And I would like also to use this opportunity to also to thank our UNEP team, and also who are working, because, you know, it's a very complex process of having, you know, the online participation, in-person participation, to thank everybody for the engagement, making sure that this summit is happening. With this, I would like to move to the presentations of actually outlining the existing actions at the local level, at the national level, to promote sustainable urbanization and environmental sustainability. We have 4 outstanding speakers, presenters in this opening panel. This is to, again, maybe to highlight this framing which was provided in the opening speeches by Mrs. Anderson and Mr. Mlar. So it is my great pleasure to give floor to Adalberto Felicio Maluf Filpo, the National Secretary for Urban Environment and Environmental Quality of Brazil, for his intervention.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like first to thank, in the name of Brazil, for UNEP and UN-Habitat for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. And as Inger and Michael highlighted, the critical role of cities to achieve the global development and environmental goals. As National Secretary of Urban Environment, so leading with cities, it's a great pleasure to be here, especially in our case that Brazilian cities are extremely vulnerable to climate change, to the extreme weather events, to the hazard and local pollution and other problems that we are facing much stronger than we thought we would be facing. So it's really good to have this opportunity to foster this exchange of best practice information among mayors, local leaders, regions, so that we can somehow increase the multi-level governance throughout the low carbon future, resilient cities we all want. Around 10 years ago, when I finished my master degree, I tried to argue the importance of the cities for the international environmental regimes, especially the climate regime prior to COP in Paris, under the Paris Agreement. And since that time and now, I'm more and more convinced that cities are probably the most important player, so that we can deliver everything that we want. And it's true that to get to that effective multi-level governance that we all want, we're going to have to include and give the first seats of the public policies decision-making to the cities. And we know it's not easy. We know that even at the national level, it's not easy to integrate all the public policies we need. Housing, transportation, job development, and all the others. Imagine you have at the 3 levels. But this is one of the most important and clear guidance from President Lula that mayors in Brazil are the ones leading the agenda. So we know we need to reinvent our cities. We need to create public policies that integrate our different policies in our cities. And in order to foster the low carbon resilience and inclusive cities we want, we need also to think about social desigualty, poverty reduction. There's no way to create the climate resilient future we want if our cities and our countries are still continuing, hundreds of years of poverty and social desigualty. I'm telling under the name of Brazil, probably one of the worst social desigualty countries in the world. Some economists like Thomas Piketty say we are living these years some of the worst social desigualty in the history of humankind. I'm not sure if yes or no, but for sure, this should be one of our priorities for sure, especially because poor people are the ones that are more affected by the problems of climate change, of the extreme weather events, of pollution, heat islands. So adaptation became one of our top priorities at the beginning of this government. In Brazil, every year during the summer season, like right now we are living, you turn on the TV, you're going to see floods, landslides, problems everywhere. Every year, many Brazilians lose their lives, their homes, because of these weather events. And last year, we had the worst drought in the Amazon region in our history. Then, a couple months later, we had the worst floods in our history. And we had this in the south of Brazil. We had this in the middle of Brazil. So the situation is just getting worse and worse. And I think we haven't really realized how fast that would come. Right now, Brazil is updating its climate change plan. We are developing 15 adaptation plan, 8 mitigation plans. Last year, the final of the year, we reviewed our NDCs. Our former president, Bolsonaro, created some tricks in our NDC that lost a lot of the ambition. So I think right now we are up again. And the people, most of the people in Brazil already realized that this topic is the most important for us. And when we did our PPA, which is our popular participatory budget process last year, climate emergency won as #1 in the public voting throughout all the policies, more than public health, education, and many others. It surprised a lot of people, but for us, it didn't. And now 50 out of 88 of the programs under our PPA for the next 4 years have environment and climate change as a leading. We also had the Minister of Finance. I don't know in your case, but in our case, is the most important guy, which now is the leader of the ecological transformation plan, together with the Minister of Environment. We had the new industry plan of Brazil made by the vice president, and it's called the new green industry. Everybody's leading with the green agenda. Almost 20 ministers have attribution about climate change and environment. It was challenging in the beginning because everything we do, we try to integrate and coordinate with everybody. Not all the times they integrate with us, what they're doing, but it's good. We're getting better. And now our difficulties and our main goal is to integrate and put cities at the end. So the Minister of Environment and Climate Change is finishing together with the Minister of Cities and the Minister of Science and Technology, probably our biggest and in my opinion, most important program, which will be called Green Resilient Cities Program, which is going to unify all the programs you have and create indicators with climate, social, and resilience in all the other areas so that all the budget from the government goes to the projects that lead better the strategy on many areas associated to this program. So we believe that doing that and having the power for the mayors to choose which indicators, which policies, which priority is there, we will be able to move a little bit stronger. Well, just to finish, we know that we could be here talking about many things. As Inger and Michael said, there are hundreds of topics, some management of waste, circular economy, urban planning, almost everything, and all the COPs have been joining these last years. We always talk about means of implementation. So Brazilian presidency of the G20, as we're going to see in the next months, it will be all about implementation and means of implementation with cities. I'm chairing the circular economy group in here, and we changed it a little bit after the first meeting we had with all the stakeholders. And we're going to have, as we create this social inclusive circular economy strategy, a focus on city. And the key delivery will be focused on plastic too, because Brazil also wants a legally binding and bold agreement that can reduce plastic pollution and if possible, to reduce as fast as possible the use of single plastic and problematic plastic. But as we move and develop all the solutions we need for adaptation-based solution, nature-based solution, social bioeconomy, biodiversity in our cities, green trees, urban trees, everything we do, we know that cities need to be on the lead. And that's what Brazilian government wants. We want mayors to lead us as we move to this future we all need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maluf, and it's really amazing to hear about the planning for the G20 meeting, about the circular economy in cities. So I think all our colleagues are working towards that, as well as on the plastics. I think there is a lot of discussions going on. With that, it is my pleasure to give floor to the next speaker. Who's on my left, it is Peter Anyang Gonlo, Governor of Kisumu County of Kenya. It's your floor, Mr. Governor.
Thank you very much. Actually, my name is Peter Anyang Nyongo.
Thank you.
Maybe that's the first lesson. I was asked actually to be very specific and speak about our experience in Kisumu regarding highlighting the critical role played by subnational government in achieving the sustainable development goals and global environmental goals set out in multilateral environmental agreements in 5 minutes. I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I'll try. First, Kisumu is a city to the west of here, on Lake Victoria, one of the largest lakes in the world, freshwater lake. There are 3 other cities, Nairobi, of course, where you are, and the other was in Mombasa, also sits on water. So Nairobi is the only big city we have which does not really sit on water. Mombasa and does sit on water. Now, Lake Victoria has a very interesting history. The level of the lake rises every 60 years. The last time it rose, I was in primary school in 1960. 60 years later, in 2020, the level of the lake rose again. What does that mean to us in Kisumu? It means that one, all institutions next to the lake get drowned. Secondly, that fishing in the lake becomes very difficult because rivers feeding the lake are also in torrential mood. So since 2020, we have had a problem to deal with that was a result of the rise of the lake level, flooding. Secondly, it's complicated by climate change. It rains heavily. That means that you have floods and rivers overflow. So we have to relocate people who live in plains, particularly the Kano plains where we grow rice. Every time the river Nyando rises on its level, the Nyando basin is flooded, and we have to relocate a lot of people to safer ground. What can be done really is to build a big dam on the river Nyando to stop this flooding. In 1951, during colonial times, the colonial government proposed building the Sondu Soin multipurpose dam. That dam has not been built up to now. That means the problem of flooding on the river Nyando keeps on bothering us in Kisumu and causing us a hell lot of problems. What have we done? That's a sad story. The good news is that in Kisumu, we have taken climate change as a very important aspect of our governance. So we put in place climate change policies and an act of the county assembly that makes it law. Now, I was telling a friend of mine just now that counties in Kenya are like states in the United States. They are not counties in the US, but they're like states in the US. A county by our 2010 constitution is funded by national budget through the division of revenue bill that states that at least 15% of the national budget should go to counties for managing various things. But in brief, all issues of governance or service delivery where the rubber touches the ground are responsibilities of counties, according to Schedule 5 of our Constitution. So, habitation, infrastructure, health, water provision, all those are county functions which are supposed to be funded by the Division of Revenue Bill, which is at least 15% of the national budget. It does not happen like that. You know what government is? Sometimes it's much less. Usually it's much less. So we have to seek funds to make sure that we support our functions that are given to us by the Constitution. One of them is managing urban areas and cities, given this mystery that has struck us called climate change. It's not that much a mystery. I think it's now better understood. Now, we have a climate change action plan within the governance structure in Kisumu. We have climate change planning committees from the county level to the village level. The county is administered in terms of the county government, the sub-county government, the ward government, and the village government, in that order. Now, what we have done is to gazette climate change committees and environmental committees at every level of governance to make sure that the county government has information and is effective in managing climate change problems in our county, not just the city of Kisumu. In the city itself, we have what we call a mayor's or a governor's watch team that collects data. And data is the most important thing in policy making. That collects data on climate change and on effects of climate change in urban living. This means, therefore, that we have come across one major problem, that really what we call cities in a country like Kenya are not really cities, because 50% of the people live in informal sector. And really, if you are going to deal with climate change, you must deal with its effect on the informal sector, where the poor infrastructure, poor water provision, poor sewerage, and poor electricity distribution. So we have embarked on a major informal sector program. Fortunately, supported by Kenya Informal Sector Improvement Program, funded by our development partners. Under KISIP, we hope to do what I call formalizing informality. In other words, abolishing informality and making informality formal, like in the rest of the city. I would guess that at least 50% of city dwellers in Kisumu live in the informal sector, at least. Now, if you are going to deal with effects of climate change, we need to deal with where the problem is greatest, in the informal settlements. So we are formalizing informality, first and foremost, investing in infrastructure, roads, water provision, electrical provision, and so on, before we begin changing habitation. Because what these people need most, although we say that the houses they live in are substandard, but what we need most first now is good water, which is safe from germs and so on. So fresh water provision is part of the infrastructural improvement that we are undertaking. Building roads, properly paved roads, drainages and proper sewage and electricity. We have two KISIP programs in Kenya now, KISIP 1 and KISIP 2. Under KISIP 1, we have concentrated on building infrastructure in the formal sector as a priority to dealing with the effects of climate change in the city or in the county as a whole. In the city of Kisumu, we are an informal sector improvement program, which I call formalizing informality. We do hope that at the end of the next 2 years, we shall have finished dealing with infrastructure and we can begin in improving housing. I know that there's an affordable housing program initiated by the national government, which is fine. The national government will definitely do this affordable housing program in areas where we have improved infrastructure and where modern housing makes sense because they will be supplied by proper infrastructure and improve the condition of lives of the people. What lies in the future? We know that climate change, which we asked for here for a long time, and we do believe that resources should be made available globally, because I think we believe in a global system. A disease may erupt in Kisumu because of problems of climate change and poverty, and very soon it is in New York. Therefore, poverty is not a national problem. Poverty is an international problem. So I do hope that organized constituencies of local governance, like Union of Cities and Local Governments that I see there, we are members, that such institutions representing local governments should be formally represented in international bodies like UN, because they govern the people of the world where the effects of climate change takes place at what I call where the rubber touches the ground. My 5 minutes in order is over, so I will stop there.
Thank you so much, Mr. Governor, for this reality check about before we go to the high-level goals, we actually need to formalize informal settlements and improve the basic needs, like the access to clean water. We, Mr. Governor, we have already questions coming up with Zoom. As I mentioned, we have many people on Zoom. So the question is about Kisumu County has 100% of renewable energy in up to 2050 roadmap due to the launch soon and clear climate change action plan. Do you consider having a city local government as a model living urban lab with a real-time dashboard? So we have advanced activities. So what do you think about the city as a role model map, model kind of urban lab to help you in the process of achieving your 2050 goals?
I think the city has to be that, because really, the reality is that most people are moving to live in the cities, expecting better life. When they arrive there, they don't find that better life because the institutions give better life are not there. So the city must provide these institutions and make sure that when people arrive, they are catered for. You're not going to top the arrival in the city so long as the urban areas are poor. The second thing, of course, is what I call integrated development, where you have programs, good programs for rural areas as well as urban areas. And we in Kisumu, what we do is that we have climate change committees going up to the rural sector in the village, so that problems of change, of climate change, must be internalized by rural dwellers as we provide finances or support for change in the rural areas as well. KISIP is called Kenya Informal Sector Improvement Program. These informal sectors are not confined to urban areas. They are also encroaching in rural areas as land scarcity becomes a major problem, and young boys and girls who have gone to school move to nearby markets to find opportunities. These so-called markets are first becoming urban centers. So we must deal with problem not just in cities like Kisumu, but realizing the origin of the problem of the city comes from the rural areas, and we should begin from there, building institutions and structures that stop people from seeking life in the city, but having that life in the rural areas.
Thank you so much. I think this is very important insight to take to today's discussion. So it's my pleasure to give now floor to Mrs. Joy Belmonte, the mayor of Quezon City in Philippines. Joy, your floor.
Thank you, Gulnara. Good morning, everyone. I'll get to it. I also have just 5 minutes. I'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing in Quezon City in the Philippines. As the most populous and rapidly growing city in the Philippines, Quezon City bears the brunt of the environmental, social, and economic challenges that accompany urban development. The Philippines has been named as the most disaster-prone country in the world, and our city is persistently affected by these climate impacts. Yet our size and capacity have also placed us in an ideal position to help achieve the SDGs, as well as the global environmental goals contained in the MEAs. Quezon City is the only city in the country with an office dedicated to addressing the SDGs. This office works closely with our Climate Change and Environmental Sustainability Department to implement our city's local climate change action plan, a roadmap to a sustainable future. At its core is a climate strategy that promotes social equity and empowers our citizens to actively participate in sustainable development efforts. Since 2019, when our city council declared a climate emergency and allocated about 13% of our city's annual budget on climate action, we have embarked on an aggressive decarbonization path founded on nature-based solutions, a circular economy, and a clean and sustainable energy resources. At present, Quezon City has the largest parks and the most number of green and open spaces in the metropolitan Manila area, establishing it as the capital region's most sustainable ecosystem. Recognizing our city's critical role, we signed a commitment under C40's Urban Nature Accelerator to double the number of our parks and expand our green and permeable spaces by 30 to 40% by the year 2030. This includes linking the city's parks into a green corridor to promote walkability and active transport. The support of UNEP's Generation Restoration Project will expedite the development and implementation of our urban ecosystem restoration plans. To date, our city also has over 1,000 urban farms that mitigate hunger, provide 25,000 good green jobs, and contribute to our urban biodiversity. Through our circular economy programs, we are gradually diverting plastic waste from our waste stream. Our three main strategies: avoid, minimize, recover. Our plastic ban ordinances extend beyond plastic bags to cover disposable materials in dine-in food establishments, something the national government has yet to consider. Our transition from single-use plastics is complemented by community-based circular economy initiatives, which include a program that incentivizes waste segregation and recycling. It's called Trash to Cash Back, and you can exchange your recyclable materials for environmental points that can be used to buy your groceries and pay your electric bill. An initiative that establishes refill hubs in community stores, providing sustainable alternatives to sachets for daily household items. And I'm sure everybody who comes from the developing world knows how terrible sachets are. They are small, single-use, bad plastic, and they are the ones that pollute our rivers, our waterways. And we also have an upcycling project that repurposes used tarpaulins, especially those from elections. We always have elections in the Philippines, into stylish and reusable bags. So the last batch, we were able to recover 70 tons of election tarpaulins, and all of them have been transformed into bags by the women deprived of liberty in our women's correctional facility. We have also begun addressing textile waste by encouraging our thousands of employees to donate pre-loved clothing and other items for resale in meticulously curated pop-up stores in our city. This program will soon be scaled up in our local communities. Resource circulation for organic waste is another component of our circular economy strategy. Strategically located biodigesters process food waste from our communities, producing methane gas for cooking and soil conditioner as natural fertilizer for our 1,000 farms. We're also enhancing our food rescue program to address food surplus, and we are working with an NGO called Scholars for Sustenance for this purpose. Our efforts to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions are centered on the transition to clean energy and sustainable transportation. By 2030, all viable city-owned buildings and facilities will be powered by renewable energy sources. Our private sector will also be enjoined through our enhanced green building code. This is a new ordinance we're passing this year to comply with minimum energy efficiency standards for buildings. Our target is to ensure that at least 80% of buildings are fully compliant with this code by the year 2030. Meanwhile, our transport policy promotes active mobility through cycling and walking. with 173 kilometers of bike lanes set to expand to 350 kilometers by the year 2028, and that's virtually the whole city. We are pedestrianizing growth areas and adopting a 15-minute city approach to ensure essential services are accessible within a short distance by walking or by cycling. Beginning this year, our free bus service, and we have about 100 buses, and our city's government fleet of about 1,000 vehicles are transitioning to electric vehicles. Lastly, our extensive air quality monitoring network across the city upholds our city's air quality standards, ensuring the health and well-being of our residents. These climate strategies merely scratch the surface of what our LCCAP contains. But as we move forward, I want to highlight the critical role of cities as frontline actors in addressing environmental goals as well as the SDGs. We are very well versed with the nuances on the ground and work very closely and directly with our communities. It is my hope that local governments with sound climate action plans will be given more support in terms of climate financing to hasten and scale up implementation. And before I end, I just wish I lived in Brazil, having heard your plans and how supportive the national government is to cities. So to my fellow subnational leaders, let us continue to demonstrate that local action can indeed inspire global impact. Thank you and good morning, everyone.
Thank you so much, Joy. This was a really amazing presentation. And thank you again for actually agreeing also to be a rapporteur to the opening plenary session of UNEA, which will be on Monday. So colleagues, don't forget to listen to Joy's presentation on the outcomes of the summit at the opening UNEA plenary on Monday morning. So thank you so much. I know that Ingrid needs to leave now. So thank you so much again for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
So now we would like to give floor online. So on the screen will be Gino van Begin, Secretary General of ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. It's a pity Gino was not able to come in person, so we'll have a recorded intervention. I would like to use the opportunity to thank ICLEI for their ongoing, very close cooperation.
Your Excellencies, distinguished directors of UNEP and UN Habitat, honorable leaders and representatives of all levels of government, dear partners and colleagues. My name is Gino van Begin. I'm the Secretary General of ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability. As one of the organizers of the summit, I'm honored to have the opportunity to address you virtually while you are joined in Nairobi by many representatives from the ICLEI network. With over 2,500 cities, towns and regions in our network, representing more than 125 countries, ICLEI engages both at the local and global levels, shaping policy and sparking action to transform urban environments worldwide. As a summit, ICLEI is proud to facilitate and lead as a voice of local and regional governments in the Rio Conventions on Climate, Biodiversity and Desertification on behalf of the Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments. Dear colleagues, who have been working for decades to ensure that local and subnational governments, cities and regions have a critical role in achieving our global sustainability goals, that they are empowered to act, that our communities' lives and livelihoods are improved and protected as we work to achieve these goals. The achievements of cities and regions in the multilateral sustainability agenda did not happen overnight, and it is not guaranteed. It is our responsibility to continually reinforce our collective power and work together with all levels of government to bring sustainability home. Under the United Nations, the right to development for all nations and managing its adverse effects on human livelihoods and environment has been evolving since the mid-1970s. But when Agenda 21 introduced the concept of sustainable development, environment started to be seen as one of the most challenging issues of the global community, particularly its interactions with social, economic and political sectors. Indeed, over the last few decades, the world witnessed two types of globalization. One, accumulating wealth among the few at the cost of social and environmental damages. The other, maximizing collective consciousness, shared economy and decentralized collaboration by seizing the opportunities of an urbanized world. During this period, we have been proud to work together with all of you to promote sustainability at the local level, among communities and to governments at all levels. And starting in 2012, with the Rio Plus 20 and crystallized between 2015 and 2016, we witnessed how the global community began to abandon siloed approaches. Environmental activists understood the need for a just transition. Environmental development community realized that we would have to respect all planetary boundaries. Development community realized that we would have to respect all planetary boundaries to embrace and the habitat urbanization. Evolve from just housing, but above all, to embrace the experiences through the first half of Agenda 2030. But above all, enabled to experiences through the first half of Agenda 2030, enabled to regional governments and national governments, legitimate, to begin to perceive and essential local and regional governments to define and implement global and national essential partners. In return, define and implement mayors and global and national leaders realize that together, in return, they have a major say and in the direction of our world, realize that together prosperity and major say sustainability in the direction of our communities and can bring prosperity, multi-level and multi-stakeholder partnerships to their communities only through multi-level and multi-stakeholder partnerships. The hopes for a fossil fuel-free world from Dubai, the power of living in harmony with nature from Kunming and Montreal, the signals of multi-level collaboration from Amazons and Africa to the G7, and the transformative initiatives from the SDG Summit are many of the multi-level tools needed to build a new spirit of globalization through the UN Summit of the Future in September this year. But despite all these achievements, we are once again at a critical crossroads in the history of humanity. In the next 6 years until 2030, we can either backslide into more global destruction, or we can build a just and sustainable civilization for current and future generations. This urban world must be created by seizing the power of multi-level action, sound science and vetted technology. We all heartily applaud partners and participants of this third Cities and Regions Summit at the 6th United Nations Environment Assembly to enable us to continue to build our strength collectively here. ICLEI is committed to collaborate with UNEP to implement the outcomes of this summit and UNEA-6. Over the next 2 years from Nairobi to Belém, I hope this journey will enable us to shape the sustainable urban world that today's generation and generations of the future deserve by 2030, 2050 and beyond. Thank you very much and greetings from Bonn.
Say that we're getting many questions to the speakers because despite it was an opening, we had lots of content discussion already. And just to inform our colleagues online to say that during our thematic discussion, we will be taking these questions because they concern the finance, they concern the multi-level governance. So we'll be taking this in our discussion in the next panels. So now the plan is that, first of all, we would like to have a group pictures by the stairs between conference room 1 and 2. And my colleagues Viola and my colleagues Nicole will take you. Basically, you need to go downstairs, and this is the stairs here. So we would like to make sure that we have a joint picture together. Also, I would like to announce that thanks to support of the Global Covenant of Mayors and the Bloomberg Philanthropies, we have a luncheon with a very rich presentation at the Recreation Center terrace. So we will have also the lunch provided. It will be a good opportunity also for all of us to have a more informal discussion because it's a unique group of people. We definitely will be amazing opportunity for having more informal discussion. So we have a coffee break outside of this room. we're late of the schedule today. So I would like to ask you, so the coffee break was supposed to be until 11:20. So I would be really very grateful, colleagues, to be 11:30 back in the room. And my colleagues, our team will put already the next panel here, the nameplates here. So the panelists in the next panel, please come 11:30 back to this room, to the first row, so that we could start with our content discussion. So let's go now to the group picture and the coffee break. Thank you so much. Yeah, the group picture first. Thank you so much. One, focusing on the multilateral governance as a key element for effective environmental governance. This is a very important topic because we still see in some multilateral institutional cooperation between different levels of governance, but still in many other agreements, and there are around 50 of them total, where we have engagement of cities, but they are not necessarily in a procedural institutional level. So our objective of today is also to discuss, how we can, what are the best practices under some of the agreements, and, and what we could do to, share these best practices also for other international commitments, because it will increase effectiveness and efficiency of the cooperation, but also clarity and transparency. I think this is also our objectives. So this morning, before lunch, we will be focusing on two topics. First of all, the first panel, which is facilitated by Andy Deacon, the co-managing director of a Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. So thank you so much, Andy, for agreeing to do that. And thank you so much for cooperation with the Global Covenant of Mayors. We're really privileged to have you. So this will be the first part of the panel. And the second panel will be Beyond Borders, looking into the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So I think that we, as I mentioned before, we had quite many questions in Zoom, but also on the interactive mirror board. So I just asking colleagues if Sharon Gilles, who is a lead of the cities work at the cities unit at UNEP, maybe could present some of the outcomes of the discussion online as well, because again, not to forget, this room wasn't able to, unfortunately, bring all people who wish to be with us in person. That's unfortunate, but you know that UNON is building more of the facilities, so we will, in future, hopefully, situation will be different. But so far, the online participants provided us with some comments and thoughts, and I would like to ask Sharon maybe to present some of the discussion which was coming from the online. So we better to do it at the end of the session. Okay, we can do that as well. Well, with then, we would like to give to Andy the role of moderator and to start the session.
And thank you, Gulnara, and welcome distinguished delegates and colleagues, and those of you joining us online. I would just highlight for those of you here in the room, there is a QR code that you see on the screen there that will also enable you to contribute to what we hope is a very rich set of online discussion. So we're gathered here today in Nairobi as a group of national and local decision makers discussing this critical triple environmental challenge confronting our world. And mayors and governors, some of whom we've heard from already this morning, are here to make sure that cities and regions are being recognized by national governments as crucial partners in achieving global environmental goals, and this session will focus on global climate goals. And you don't need me to remind you that in 2015, the world adopted the landmark Paris Climate Agreement, agreed upon by 196 nations, with its overarching goal to hold the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, and importantly, to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees C above pre-industrial levels. As we heard in the opening session this morning from the acting executive director of UN Habitat, the global stocktake showed last year that we are well off track, and it sends a strong signal to countries to enhance national climate plans and known as their nationally determined contributions, but also supported by national adaptation plans, long-term strategies, and other elements that fall within the remit of the Paris Agreement. We welcome commitments to higher mitigation targets needed to rapidly reduce emissions and put the world back on course to be fully aligned with those Paris Agreement objectives. Countries need to submit those updated plans ahead of COP30 in 2025. And urgent discussions are taking place, in particular during the course of this year, about what needs to be done to keep that 1.5 degrees goal alive. And announced at COP28 last year in Dubai, you've heard already reference to the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships, or CHAMP, a new initiative that aims to ensure that governments work closely with cities, states and regions and other subnational entities in advancing their climate plans. The end goal of CHAMP is to help countries work with their subnational governments to enable them to contribute to further enhancing NDCs ahead of COP30 at the end of next year. And as you also heard, to date, 72 countries have signed on to the initiative, but further endorsements would be very welcome. But why does all of that matter? Because cities are an essential part of the solution to the climate challenge, and action from local leaders, mayors, governors, and others is critical to closing that gap between current commitments and long-term global climate goals. Today, more than 13,000 cities and over 200 regions have committed to long-term climate plans and voluntary action through initiatives, including the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, my own organization, which is supported by ICLEI, UCRG, CDP, WRI, and many of the other partners who are present here in the room today. And these are crucial complementary efforts that can help national governments to realize those NDC commitments. Today, we're going to hear from a fantastic group of speakers on how all hands need to be on deck and all levels of government can work together to achieve those goals of the Paris Agreement and take urgent collective action to address the climate crisis. And to set the scene and help us get started, we're going to hear a video intervention from David Dodman, the General Director of the Institute for Housing and Urban Development Studies at Erasmus University, Rotterdam. Let's play the video from David, please.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation to contribute to this Cities and Regions Summit at the UN Environment Assembly. And thank you for the invitation to contribute to this Cities and Regions Summit at the UN Environment Assembly. It's a pleasure to join you from the Institute for Housing and Urban Development Studies at Erasmus University in Rotterdam. I'd like to use this brief intervention to highlight two key points. Firstly, to show why cities need to be at the forefront of addressing climate change goals. Secondly, to give some indications of how they can do so. We will all be familiar with the expected impacts of climate change globally, and in urban areas in particular. The point I would like to emphasize in this regard is that as we accumulate more data and evidence, the picture becomes even clearer that the dynamic relationship between urbanization and climate change creates even more significant risks for towns and cities and their residents. Population growth, spatial expansion, and temperatures and more intense weather impact more actions that are needed to reach the global goal on adaptation take place in cities, but also to be inclusive, locally led, and facilitated by capable and appropriately resourced city and regional governments. We are all also familiar with the ways in which urban activities drive greenhouse gas emissions. Despite the fact that significant gains are being made in the efficiency of transportation and buildings, the growth of cities means that these are not being translated into actual reductions in emissions. The total floor area of buildings globally is expected to double by 2060, with most of this taking place in Asia and Africa. Even if these buildings are constructed and operated much more efficiently, the sheer scale of growth will be associated with growing emissions. While technical and financial solutions are needed to reach this global goal, these will only be successful if fundamental questions around urban planning and design, which are firmly within the remit of subnational and urban governments, are simultaneously addressed. So what can cities and regions do to contribute to these global climate goals? I expect this to be one of the central questions addressed by the Special Report on Climate Change in Cities, which will be the first product of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 7th Assessment. Firstly, this will require taking climate change seriously in all aspects of urban design and management. Reducing risk and emissions can only be achieved through transformations in urban planning, building design and regulations, and transportation policy, as well as through specific climate-oriented policies and programs. Secondly, it will require different forms of governance networks. Cities and regions will need to collaborate with other cities, both in close proximity and far away, and with governance institutions at the national and global levels. This is the only way to create a framework for policy interventions that are harmonized and complementary, rather than competing and fragmented. And thirdly, it will require new forms of partnerships within cities. Non-state actors, civil society organizations, and the private sector are greatly untapped sources of information and key partners in delivering new ways of creating cities that contribute to global ambitions. I hope that today's summit will contribute to shedding further light on some of these challenges and opportunities, and I hope the technology will allow me to contribute in real time to our subsequent discussion.
Thank you. Menehes, Mayor's Office Advisor for Global Agendas from Barcarena in Brazil. Patricia, Barcarena is the first Amazonian city recognized as a resilience hub under UNDRR's Making Cities Resilient 2030 initiative. What game-changing policies has Barcarena implemented or is planning to implement? And how are you kind of working to strengthen risk readiness and take steps towards a more resilient Amazon region? Over to you.
Thank you. I would like to ask in advance, apologies if I started to cough because I'm allergic to carpet. So, Barcarena is aligning the government planning with the global agenda since the Millennium Development Goals, now for more than 20 years. And then we made the transition to the Agenda 2030. And as I was explaining to Daniel on the beginning of the day, we gave one step at a time. So first we focus on the biggest issues for the population, what they ask for the local governments, that's healthy, welfare, being, and education. And when we get to the point that now in Barcarena, we don't have homeless, we don't have children out of school, and we have healthy equipments in every neighborhood. Everyone has a doctor near to his housing, the housing. And then we say, okay, now we can talk about things that are more abstract to the population, such as climate change. And then we started to align the Paris Agreement, the new urban agenda, and the Sendai framework in the policy, public policy. And I would like to highlight that what is very important in this process, especially when I'm sorry, especially when we start the alignment with Paris Agreement and Sendai framework, was that we understand, for example, that when we talk about risk reduction, it's not only about disasters. Adalberto Maluf talked about that in Brazil. Now it's very common that we have drought, floods, and landslides. We don't have this in Barcarena, luckily. But we have other kind of risks, and we realize that the risk that we have in the city, that everyone was aware during all the time, was related to the industry that we have in the city. But now we understand that we have risks related to the ports, to the environment, and many other. We have social risks that we have to face. So these global agendas, when we incorporate in our government planning, we have a holistic view and approach. And now we understand that, for example, when we are going to work with a new urban agenda, Paris Agreement, and Sendai framework, and I think that is something important for human habitats in UNEP to hear, that the director says the future is urban. And when we talk about urban in the Amazon, I would like to highlight that 80% of the population of the Amazon region lives in urban areas. Because when we talk about Amazon, people imagine it's the forest, but 80% of the population lives in the urban areas. And other thing that's very important to highlight is that the traditional solutions for urban development, for sanitation, mobility, anything that you can imagine, it doesn't work in the Amazon region for many reasons. Because everything is too distant, because you have big rivers that looks like a sea. So the urban development in the Amazon needs to be rethink. This is something that you have to must have in mind. I'm finishing. So answer your question. As a hub, we have this responsibility to spread these global agendas, especially Paris Agreement and Sendai framework. So we are doing a lot of activities to spread not only the topics of Paris Agreement and Sendai framework, but to highlight these specificities that the Amazon region has, that we should think about adaptation and mitigation in urban development in a different way, because this traditional solution doesn't work. Not only in the Brazilian Amazon, I'm talking about the biome Amazon, there is 9 countries. I don't know if I answer your question, Daniel, sorry.
No, very clear and very helpful examples. You started to hint there very quickly. Tell us a little about how you are working, I know in particular with a Pan-Amazon group of cities, but also with the national government to help to build resilience.
Yeah, so as a hub, we are developing a lot of capacity building. And not only the Amazon region, the Pan-Amazon region, but something that is very important also is that Portuguese is not our official UN language. So in countries like Brazil, for example, to speak another language is a privilege. And it is a challenge to local government technicians who want to get access to information. So one of our commitments in the MCR 2030 Hub is to translate to Portuguese a lot of materials produced by UN Habitat, produced by UNDRA, produced by UCLD. We have a major partnership with these institutions. So we are responsible for translate these materials, and we are promoting capacity building, not only, Daniel, for the Brazilian cities, but also for other cities other countries that speak Portuguese. And in the national government, the Minister of Cities that was recreated last year by President Lula is a strong partner in this process. He is supporting these capacity builders that we are developing, that Barcarena is responsible for translate, for organizing, and the Minister of City is engaged is promoting the engagement of the mayors in these activities.
Thank you very much. And again, very clear, the desire both to make material available, but to build that capacity within the region. So thank you for those examples. I'll turn to my left now to Clément Payal, Deputy Permanent Representative to the UN office here in Nairobi for France. Clément, tell us a little bit about how France is working in partnership with subnational governments to implement the national climate goals.
Thank you and good morning all. So indeed, as you may know, France is a decentralized country, so we have always recognized the importance of multi-level governance in the implementation of environmental and climate policies. So we, of course, implement European financial and fiscal policies at European and national level. But when it comes to the renovation and the construction of new buildings, we really need to count on local governments. They can act at every level when they are managing their own public buildings, developing local strategies, providing additional financing supports, or processing the building's authorizations. So that's all the action they can action they can take at their level. And it's essential for national states I'm representing here today to count on them among other stakeholders. And to be very concrete, I would like to take the example of the city of Strasbourg, for example. So the city of Strasbourg has managed to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 30% between 1990 and 2017. And the reason why they managed to reduce those greenhouse emissions, especially because they implemented a local climate plan. And I would like to highlight key lesson learned and good practices from this local plan of the city of Strasbourg. First, they implemented monitoring indicators to calculate the reduction of the emissions every time, but also for every actions they were taken in this climate plan. For example, on agroecology, but also how to make sure that the industries are also taking on board when we're talking about reduction of emissions. Also, this plan has been involving all the stakeholders. It took 2 years for the city of Strasbourg to develop this climate plan with all the relevant local stakeholders on board, the general public, the economic players, but also the 33 municipalities that are constituting the metropole of Strasbourg. Of course, one of the key lessons learned is also just transition. For example, the city of Strasbourg provided help for social housing landlords to help renovate the buildings and improve the installations of buildings. And the last lesson learned from this action plan of Strasbourg, it's of course a systemic approach. I think my fellow panelists mentioned it for its own city of Barcarena. the climate plan of the city of Strasbourg was not only focusing on SDG 13, not only on climate change, but it was encompassing the all SDGs with specific target from the different SDGs of the 2030 agenda. So this systematic approach may be one of the key success of this action plan. And it's something when, as a national government, we of course want to replicate on our territory to other cities, but also to put and to bring around the world.
Great, thank you, Clément. And you touched there on decarbonization of the built environment. And clearly that, as you already mentioned, will require action at all levels of government. Very briefly, what is France's vision and priorities, in particular for the built environment sector?
So maybe starting with a few figures, the building sector accounts for nearly 40% of the global energy-related CO2 emissions, employing 77% of the workforce globally and contributing to nearly 13% of the global GDP. So this is huge, and this is, of course, getting even huger with a projected double of the build-up area by 2060. So we have to act. We have to act now on this agenda of decarbonization of the build environment or the big building sector. So indeed, France has taken the lead since COP21 that we hosted in Paris with the Paris Agreement, you all know. And during this COP21, we launched with Morocco an initiative called Global Alliance for Buildings and Construction, Global ABC. And UNEP is kindly offering the secretariat for this initiative. And the aim of this initiative is really to provide a platform for all the stakeholders, national government, local authorities, professionals of the building sectors, architects, to come together around the same table and try to move on this agenda of the decarbonization of the building sector. More recently, we launched at COP28 the building breakthrough. So this is an initiative with the aim to make near zero emission building the new normal by 2030. And we have more than 28 governments and many initiatives that are already signed up to this building breakthrough. And of course, we want to have more actors and more national governments involved. And we are also participating to the UN Habitat initiative on Sergi. So again, we are taking the lead on the housing and construction track of this initiative led by UN Habitat. And let me finish by saying that next week in Paris, 7 and 8 of March, we will be hosting the first global forum on climate and buildings. It's a big summit. We are expecting more than 30 ministers from all around the world, ministers responsible for building sector and construction and land. And the ambition of this is really to move forward the agenda of the decarbonization of the building sector, trying to adopt a political declaration on inclusive decarbonization and resilience pathway for buildings at all levels. And again, the ambition is to drastically decrease the emission of the existing buildings, but also to build new buildings in a more clean and a greener way. And we need the whole value chain of the building sector to be aboard, the financier, the developers, the architects, the material supplier, industrialists, even insurer, all those actors, we need to get them around the table. And that's the ambition of the Forum of Paris. And of course, you are all invited in Paris, 7 and 8 of March. So very soon, 10 days to move forward this agenda.
Thank you so much. And a very neat segue across to then hear from Asif Shah, multi-level action, urbanization and built environment lead from the COP28 presidency from the UAE. Asif, we heard earlier this morning from the acting executive director of UN Habitat that subnational action was particularly prominent at COP28. As the lead on those issues, tell us a little bit about what forms of collaboration and partnership were needed to advance many of these subnational climate initiatives?
Sorry. Thank you, Andy, and thank you, everyone. Thank you to UNEP and UN Habitat for hosting this very important summit and all the partners engaged in its delivery. I think the first thing I want to just maybe recall, and as Andy referenced this in his opening, is the key outcome of COP28, I think from a political standpoint, really was the global stocktake, which of course assessed that we are way off track from achieving the goals outlined within the Paris Agreement, but also provided a blueprint for nations, but also non-party stakeholders, including cities and other subnational governments, to help recalibrate that trajectory towards one that is aligned with keeping global temperature rise under 1.5 degrees Celsius, building adaptation and resilience to the most severe impacts of climate change. And particularly within the global stocktake decision, I think it's the section on international cooperation that should be our sort of North Star or guiding light in terms of how we progress from the ground that was laid at COP28. Specifically, paragraphs 161 through 163. 161 highlights and urges parties and non-party stakeholders to join forces to deliver inclusive, gender-responsive, multi-level, and cooperative climate action. Paragraph 162 encourages greater cooperation amongst non-party stakeholders at the local, regional, national, and global levels across a variety of areas or practices or activities, including joint research, information sharing, knowledge sharing, etc. And paragraph 163 then encourages parties and non-party stakeholders to join hands in working on coordinated and aligned delivery of the goals of the different Rio conventions and really bringing together how the Paris Agreement and the SDG agenda are delivered on by 2030. So I'm going to frame my sort of response to your question along those lines. I think the first thing that's obviously required, and it's kind of the impetus behind JAMP, is this stronger multi-level coordination and partnership, both vertical and horizontal. We heard from Secretary Maluf from Brazil earlier today about the interministerial mechanism for collaboration that is evidenced in the way the Brazilian government is approaching the issue of climate change with the cooperation between the Ministry of Science and Technology, Environment, and cities. I think those kinds of initiatives and partnerships at a national level are really critical. And then having that horizontal coordination cascade down vertically is equally important, referencing what the city of Barcarena has also highlighted in their experience as a global resilience hub. And then, not just in Brazil, but we've seen similar initiatives as highlighted by Mayor Belmonte in the Philippines, where there's a climate change committee at the national level that is mandated to work with the local level to devise local climate change action plans that are aligned with the stated national climate change objectives. So I think those are the kinds of mechanisms that need to be expanded upon, replicated, scaled, applied, where applicable, by other countries that have endorsed JAMP, the 72 that have endorsed JAMP, but also those that may not have yet endorsed. I think the other thing to look at, and the second piece, is how can non-state actors work amongst themselves, build stronger bridges and partnerships across sectors and areas of work to accelerate climate action. And that includes partnerships with the private sector, with research institutions. And I think there are fora that are providing that platform within the UNFCCC and broader environment and climate space, such as the Breakthrough Agenda, that really can be harnessed to enhance the kind of innovation, capacity building, and investment that is needed in infrastructure at the local level. So I'd say those are kind of the key partnerships institutionally, but then also that cities and regions shouldn't forget that the partnership doesn't just stop between the national and the subnational level. Subnational governments themselves have a duty and an obligation to engage with their communities in designing the implementation plans that translate national commitments into actual concrete action that benefits communities economically and socially and protects the environment. So there are examples of that, I think, from cities like Seoul, where there is a sort of citizen action board or consultation process that takes into account community participation and engagement and views on specific areas of climate action. And just to plug, I mean, anyone who's interested, there's an excellent guide from WRI and the Global Covenant of Mayors on multi-level climate action that was launched at COP28, the multi-level climate atlas, if I'm remembering the name correctly, that contains a lot more examples of these specific kinds of initiatives and activities for multi-level governance. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you. And very briefly, now with 72 negotiating parties on board with the Coalition for High Ambition Multi-Level Partnerships, how do you envisage it progressing towards COP29 and COP30? And what do you see as the potential impact on global climate initiatives?
Sure, thank you. So I think it's we're very pleased with the response that JAMP received from national governments, and it's really a signal of intent and recognition that subnational governments must have a seat at the table, and national governments are increasingly cognizant of that. Just to give you a few stats, those 72 countries represent a third of the world's population, almost 60% of global GDP, and nearly 40% of global emissions. So the opportunity that is represented by this, the formalization of this collaboration between national and subnational governments is immense. And I think as we move towards COP29 and COP30, we're grateful to have the partnership of the COP29 and COP30 presidencies in Azerbaijan and Brazil in making sure that there's continuity in the outcomes of the global stocktake that need to be taken forward, and ensuring there is continuity in the various voluntary initiatives that parties and non-party stakeholders have signed on to in Dubai last year. So I think the impact, the potential impact on global climate initiatives of an initiative like JAMP, for example, can really be significant, especially if we are able to use this next year in particular to bring together and take from on a piece of paper to real life what multi-level partnership can do in practice and tangible ways that it contributes to reducing emissions and building greater adaptation and resilience and enhancing ambition that is articulated within the national climate plans and policies that we see coming out of the COP process. I mean, one example is obviously with the state of Denmark, their national climate target was, I believe, 70% reductions by 2030 in emissions. And they also have a program that mandates every locality, every municipality to have a Paris-aligned climate action plan. And the combined estimated impact of those collective climate action plans at the municipal level is actually 76%. So if all the actions that are indicated and outlined in those plans are applied and implemented as stated, and the impact is observed in that way, there's an opportunity to really enhance the ambition that national governments are setting for themselves in a big way.
Really helpful, thank you, and very much welcome that desire to bring some of these commitments on paper to life. And we've heard some excellent examples from each of our panelists in that regard. Now to our respondent from UN Habitat, delighted to welcome Leah Rinalda, Associate Program Management Officer in the Human Settlements, Climate Change, Urban Environment Program Development Branch. I got there. Would very much welcome your reflections on the panel. And I know was mentioned earlier also some new research on, framing up quantification of the potential of some of this multi-level action. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Pleasure to be here with you, and really congratulations to UNEP colleagues for putting together such an amazing panel that actually shows multi-level climate action in practice. So really having the different levels of government. So that's, of course, fantastic. So you're making my job to respond to this incredibly easy and incredibly hard at the same time, because you mentioned so much amazing examples. So that's the easy part, but now summarizing that is, of course, the hard part. Maybe let me start with, and I think that was something that really echoed through, the future is not urban. It's actually the presence that's already urban. And depending on where you live, the presence is already very, very urban, and will be much more urban in the future, of course. I think there were several mentions to the big momentum that we are right now experiencing when it comes to subnational climate action. I mean, we have the IPCC report coming up. I think that's a part that for everybody who is in that sitting climate community is incredibly exciting, because it will, of course, be such a guiding star for all of us to anchor that importance of cities and climate action that I think everybody has really showcased here in that conversation. I really thought what was important, and that's something that's often forgotten, is that angle of socioeconomic development and the importance that we need to ensure that climate action is including a just transition angle, and is really ensuring that it is meeting the needs of the most vulnerable communities as well in our cities. So I think, and then as a last point, what that was also included by several of the panelists, is the access to information and data, and the importance of also ensuring that we do not only have access to information in English. I think that's something that is incredibly important. Although we are in a global world, we all, of course, we need to have access to information and ensure that, and this is also just access to information. And then as a last thing, I mean, Andy, you alluded to it, is some of you might be familiar with that. UN Habitat, in collaboration with the Southern Denmark University, has done over the last couple of years a study looking at the urban content of the NDCs. What does that mean? So looking at, looking at, is the urban content strong, moderate, or low? Strong really meaning a section on urban priorities, or urban priorities being anchored there specifically. Moderate meaning there are some mentions, and I guess low, you can all imagine. Low or no, you can all imagine what that means. But so what we did now is, okay, there's 72 CHAMP endorsing countries. There's urban content of the NDCs. Let's have a look. How are these 72 CHAMP endorsing countries that have said they will work more closely with their local governments towards enhancing the NDCs, as well as other more ambitious climate plans overall? How are they faring when it comes to the urban content of the NDCs? It's actually interesting. A third of them have low urban content, a third have moderate, and a third have already strong urban content. So that really means there's a massive opportunity. Out of the 72, over 50 really should take some steps forward into enhancing the urban content as their NDCs, as a mechanism to really, I think, as Asif also said there, to really showcase also how you can build on your local governments to achieve some global climate targets. And maybe just to say, okay, these 50 plus countries that should enhance the NDCs, what can they do? Review, take stock of what's currently happening in their NDCs, collaborate, come together, the different ministerial portfolios, local governments, technical experts, create these peer-to-peer learning opportunities that we need, I mean, globally, and then, of course, also generate opportunities. We have an exciting roadmap in 2024 ahead. I think many touch points where we can come together. I mean, we have the Bonn Bonn SB is coming up. We have the Innovate for Cities conference coming up, COP29, which of course offers that opportunity to see, are there already some front runners that are reworking the NDCs, and where can we collectively support, facilitate, create that exchange? And then of course, COP30. And I think for all of us, exciting the Paris Building Forum as a really big example of showcasing, okay, urban content and collaboration with cities, also sector specific. So I think we're looking forward to seeing how we can deepen that collaboration of really the local government angle in the built environment through the Surge initiative, through the global ABC, through all these mechanisms. It's an exciting year ahead. And I'm looking forward to working with all of you on that year and beyond.
Thank you so much for the very succinct summary. And do please take a moment to review that new research. Very important to understand the potential to increase that urban content of the NDCs and to identify opportunities working through your own administrations and with the powers that you have at hand to strengthen that. We're delighted to also have in the room with us the Global Citizen Science Association, and want to turn for a few moments to Martin Brocklehurst, just for a few comments in response. Martin.
Good morning to everyone. Could I say how delighted we are to be here for the first time? The Citizen Science Global Partnership is made up of a number of six regional associations covering Asia, Africa, Europe, USA, South and Central America and Australia. We're delighted to come and join you because we believe there is now a social revolution going on in scientific research called citizen science. I would suggest to you that you cannot solve the three great environmental challenges in your cities without a strategy towards citizen science programs. I want you to go away and do similar programs to the ones that have been developing in Spain, where they build integrated citizen science programs into their climate change policies. We have programs that can engage 10 to 15% of your citizens in our programs concerning air quality, water quality, biodiversity, plastics pollution, health of your population. We can work with you to deliver data and information on these environmental issues faster, more effectively, at greater density of data, of higher quality than from conventional science, and we can affect behavior change. Citizen science is critical to the delivery of your climate change goals, taking your air quality problems and solving them, greening your cities. And we can give you examples from around the world where these programs are effective and successful. And we're looking to work with you to expand our experience and share that with other cities. We're also promoting at this UNEA a charter for citizen science to be installed in all UNEA resolutions, and we look forward to your support for that particular approach. A framework for citizen science into international agreements. We can then reach all levels of your cities and communities with that support. So I'll summarize by saying critical citizen science is critical in all your cities. The best cities now have these integrated programs. We can share those with you. We are engaging in informal settlements in the developing world. We have programs targeted and developed with youth to help young people into work through citizen science programs. All citizen science programs on climate change need to put in place citizen science programs or on climate change to tackle the 30% of emissions that people, citizens, are responsible for. I would highlight to you one project, Project Aurora, tackling climate change with the Aurora Energy Tracker app, where people can be engaged to drive change and to drive the move away from fossil fuels towards renewable energy. We're here, our door is open. We have real practical examples you can see and learn from, and we want to share them with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. And we very much welcome a follow-up conversation with you. I'm delighted to work in the city of Brussels, which, as you may know, has a very prominent citizen science program on air quality. That's one of those examples that may be useful to refer to.
Could I say, Mr. Chair, I mean, just to give you some idea, one city brought 50,000 people involved in air quality monitoring to create the greatest density of air quality monitoring networks in any city in the world, and to disprove the climate models that were being used in that city, to identify new pollution hotspots, to challenge the citizens to change their behaviors because they're part of the contributing problem. And that particular example has now expanded to the next country, which has completely integrated citizen science into its formal monitoring programs. And we can give you all the evidence and all the experience from these programs, and the data that they produce. Do not take the view that citizen science data is less accurate than conventional data. The reverse is true. It's often more accurate, more timely, and in greater density than you can ever achieve through more conventional approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification and very welcome remarks as well. I lost Sharon for a second. She moved up the table. That's what foxed me. It's Sharon, while we've been busy engaging in the room, tell us a little bit about what's been happening online.
Thanks, Andy. I'd like, as you can see, it's a very active screen at the moment. I'd just like to remind colleagues that are online and also in the room, we may not have time to capture all of your contributions in the live conversation, but please add your suggestions online. So for example, we only have examples from the ASEAN region in examples on climate action. So it would be great if we could get examples from other parts of the world as well. Finance comes up as a great one of the key challenges to climate action, and we have a session later today on that. So looking forward to hearing some of the answers to the questions that are being fed online. And then some of the key recommendations are around data and harmonization of metrics around cities, which I think speaks to all of us in across the different sessions and would be important for multi-level action. And last but not least, I would have to repeat this very interesting comment at the end, which says, if it, and I imagine climate action is not happening at the city level, environment action is not happening at all. And I end on that note.
Thank you for that, Sharon. And indeed, as the UN Secretary General Guterres said at the opening of the Local Climate Action Summit at COP28, and then cities were a key route to the achievement and delivery of the Paris Agreement. So very much echo that sentiment. Thank you for the work that you and the team are doing to open up the opportunity for everybody to contribute online, and please do keep doing that. I just want to throw things forward very briefly to also tee up that session on finance, just to say that we also have some new work going online in partnership with CDP and ICLEI next week, that looks at where cities are seeking projects for investment, and how that information is disclosed through one of the reporting platforms to the Global Covenant of Mayors, the CDP ICLEI track system. And there are 86 countries that have now disclosed just over 2,300 climate-related infrastructure projects, projects worth 146 billion, but that are looking for 65 billion worth of investment to be delivered in the coming years. But that's really a conservative estimate. And UN estimates state that by 2030, Global South countries will need investments beyond 2 trillion a year to meet their sustainable development goals and effectively tackle climate change. So very much look forward to our discussions later today, but also again to all of the research that's being undertaken, and city and state and region partners who are disclosing this information around projects that are looking for investment, so that we can move from agreements on paper to projects that are being implemented on the ground. Please join me in thanking all of our panelists. And once again, the UNEP and UN Habitat teams for everything to get us here. And my final plug is to say, do please join us for lunch, where we'll be delighted to talk about a couple of other new pieces of research, but also make sure that everybody gets fed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andy. Thank you so much, all the speakers. It's not yet time for lunch. We still have time.
Not yet.
So, not yet. Yes, not yet. So, so this morning we still have a panel looking into beyond the borders, coordinated action to achieve Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And it's my pleasure to bring. We are changing the plate. So thank you so much for the panelists. I would like to invite the panelists of Ingrid as a moderator, and thank you so much, Andy. Ingrid and the speakers, please join me here in front. And so now we will have another panel before we go all together for lunch. So, and our colleagues will take us for lunch after this panel. But meanwhile, just again to remind you that it's possible to contribute on this mirror board. I think we have the QR codes on the walls somewhere where you can actually get. It's important that you contribute your questions, comments online as well. Or I mean, you can do it also by writing us by email or to to my colleagues, to Sharon, to Elsa, who of course was contacting all the speakers. The speaker for Colombia.
She's right.
Great. So
okay, thank you very much. This is going to be a really exciting session because in the biodiversity space, cities and subnational governments do have a seat at the table, and they have had for some time. And I think that it's also quite a unique situation that we have adopted at the last COP in Montreal in 2022, a new global biodiversity framework, which includes very clear references to cities and subnational governments, as well as a decision dedicated to engaging cities and subnational governments to support and enhance the implementation of the new global biodiversity framework. And importantly, this includes means of implementation, such as structures, as well as reporting platforms that are endorsed. So what we're going to do now is through our various panelists, and I'm going to ask them individually just now, they're going to just expand a little bit about what their cities or states or countries are doing around implementation of the GBF, as we lead up to our next COP at the end of this year in Cali in Colombia. And then we'll also look at what cities and subnational governments and states are doing around the important topic of synergies between the Biodiversity Convention and related MEAs, but also other MEAs. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to my first panelist, and that is Lorraine Gerrans. She's the Director of Environmental Management from the city of Cape Town, where I come from in South Africa. And Lorraine, I really just want to ask you, the city of Cape Town is a fast-growing city located in a biodiversity hotspot, but it is also located in a developing city with a lot of service delivery and infrastructures. So how do you balance your biodiversity priorities with job creation, poverty alleviation, but ultimately contributing to national and provincial biodiversity targets?
Thank you so much, Ingrid, and thank you to the organizers for inviting Cape Town to be here today. We're very excited to give you a little bit of insight into our efforts to protect biodiversity and our unique environment. For those of you who have not been to Cape Town or do not know much about us, Cape Town is located in the Cape Floristic Kingdom, which is one of the 6 recognized floral kingdoms in the world. It's the smallest of the floral kingdoms, with a very high diversity of endemism and plant species specifically that occur nowhere else on Earth. Much of this is associated with the fynbos biome. Fynbos means fine bush in the sort of local Dutch version of name convention that we've accepted, which is a Mediterranean climate plant community, and is very prone to fire. So we share with our Mediterranean cities the challenges of the hot summer temperatures and the winter rainfall that does lead us to having to deal with wildfires on a fairly regular basis. We also have in our city a national park. In fact, our city is surrounded by a national park, or we are surrounding a national park. It's right in the middle of the city. And this national park forms part of the Cape Floristic Region Protected Areas World Heritage Site. So not only do we have a national protection that we have been recognized for, but internationally as well. We are also a Ramsar wetland city, which is a recognition of our efforts to protect wetlands in Cape Town. So you can see that the environment is unique. It is incredibly special, but it is under threat. The city is growing really fast. We currently have approximately 4.8 million residents, and the growth projections are for over 5 million by 2030. So we're struggling with some of the same challenges that many growing cities are struggling with, fast-growing cities, including aging infrastructure, urbanization that's outpacing our ability to provide high-quality services, pollution around wastewater management issues, traffic and congestion, and pressure to expand the urban area into high-quality biodiversity and agricultural environments. But given this context, we are taking active steps to ensure that our growing city grows in harmony with our unique environment. And we do that in a couple of ways. At the highest level through integrated development planning, which is a national instrument that we use to set the overall strategic vision for the city, coupled with a metropolitan spatial development framework, which looks at the spatial representation of where all the development can happen. We also have environmental, climate change, and water strategies that have implementation action plans that we implement. We do our regional planning. We have a local biodiversity strategy and action plan, which I'll speak about a bit more in a moment, as well as an infrastructure strategy and long-term capital and sector planning. So I think I would say on the planning side, we are really well covered. We are future thinking. We plan in long-term horizons to 2040 and beyond. But of course, it is in the implementation that we are going to see whether we are successful. So in terms of informing these strategies, Cape Town have been doing fine-scale biodiversity planning since around 2009. It's a 20-year process that is ongoing. And with the assistance of ICLEI, we passed our first local biodiversity strategy and action plan in 2009 as part of a city's local action for biodiversity program. And we were the first city in Cape Town to have such a strategy. And these are 10-year strategies, and they are renewed. So the last one was renewed in 2019. And this biodiversity network that is part of this fine-scale plan is really our main tool to inform the planning of the city. So what we're doing is we're looking at the least land-hungry option of biodiversity sites that will meet our local and international targets, but at the same time release well-located land for urban development. And we do that in a couple of ways. We have a protected area network in the city. So 65% of that biodiversity network, which covers about 80,000 hectares of our city, is already formally protected and will remain so into the future. We obviously want to get to 100%, but some of it is private land, some of it is other state land, so we might not get to the full 100%. But with all the other area-based ecological conservation measures, we are hoping to get to the 30% by 2030 target, which the convention has set for us. And the BioNet then also informs other programs such as our green infrastructure program, and strategic programs like the New Water Program. You will recall we had a very extensive drought around 2018 where we nearly ran out of water. So we're having to implement New Water Program, infrastructure investment for climate resilience. We're hoping to add independent power to the grid in Cape Town to alleviate some challenges with our national utility providing us with power. We're also doing major congestion relief programs with co-benefits with climate co-benefits, and waste and human settlement projects. So I want to close just by saying that in our developing context, we do want to use our biodiversity and environmental conservation work to also contribute to social and economic outcomes. And we do that through promoting biodiversity in the environment as part of improved well-being and wellness in our communities, increased livelihoods. We have an extensive green jobs program where we create job opportunities for unemployed and unskilled people within the environmental programs, and then thereby also contributing to the green economy. We want to be a city where we attract investment from those who are interested in joining us in our goals to be a sustainable city. Tourism is an important job creator, and so for us, biodiversity and environmental conservation is part of our economic model. We also are encouraged when we see local communities take ownership of their biodiversity, whether through friends groups, through volunteering, advocating, participating in environmental education, capacity building, and citizen science programs, such as the City Nature Challenge, where we came second. And when people use these beautiful spaces for recreation and actively protect them against activities such as unlawful land occupation. So we want to say welcome. Please come to Cape Town. Please visit us, our unique and beautiful city. We're open to discuss partnerships with anyone who can assist us to reach our biodiversity and environmental goals. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Lorraine. We move now to another part of the world, and I'm going to ask Secretary Wade Crowfoot, who's the Secretary of Natural Resources from the state of California. What game changers has your state introduced to combat biodiversity loss, both at state and city level, and explore and just tell us a little bit more about the measures that you introduced to also address climate change impacts?
Yeah, glad to do it and thrilled to be here. If you're like me, you get energized by these convenings for the learnings that you can do. So I've spent the last 24 hours with Lorraine cribbing notes on what Cape Town is doing and what we can steal for California. And likewise, the Barcarena example in Brazil and the Quezon City in the Philippines. I mean, remarkable examples. And then just taking such inspiration from Kenya's plastic bag ban and the strength of enforcement. I think, frankly, we need that level of enforcement in California. And I hope someone's listening back home. Listen, I'll make 3 points. One, on the importance of biodiversity and why it's central to what we do. Number 2 is what we're doing in California and some of our lessons learned. And then 3, the moment we have as cities and regions to actually make a difference achieving these targets that the UN process has set. So first of all, I think we all agree climate change and biodiversity are two sides of the same coin. The collapse of our ecosystems is related to the collapse of our climate. And likewise, the solutions are related. We know that actually getting our climate into stability in the near term requires improved land management and nature protection. The IPC scientists validated this in their 2022 study where they identified that actually a large portion of solutions that can be implemented before 2030 are related to nature and land. And likewise, if we're going to stem mass extinction loss, we know that we have to stabilize our climate. So the way we think about it is biodiversity is not a nice to have, it's a have to have. I think historically it feels like maybe not as central to some of the challenges we have. with taking care of our people and helping them live prosperous lives. But I'll say it is, because our ecosystems are our life systems. And so when our ecosystems collapse, not only do our plants and animals collapse, but our systems collapse that take care of us, whether it's our water or our clean air. We've seen this in California, where we've lost 7% of our state to catastrophic wildfire in the last 5 years because of a lack of landscape management over the last century. So biodiversity is absolutely essential to taking care of not only nature, but people in nature. We're proud of what's happening in California. We're a large state. If measured by GDP, we would actually be the 5th largest economy in the world. And we're proud of that economic growth, not in spite of our environmental policy and our climate targets, but because of that. We've seen our growth actually outpace our national American growth. We're drawing down over half of the clean tech investment in our country, we think, because of these strong policies. We have state laws on the books now that require carbon neutrality by 2045, 100% clean energy by 2045, and 30% protection of our lands and coastal waters by 2030. So that's the foundation of the law. The scaffolding are all of the sort of the regulatory framework that we put in place to actually ensure that we're going to meet those laws. And so I'm proud that we have what's called a scoping plan, which is our roadmap to carbon neutrality. And in the last few years, for the first time, we've integrated nature into that equation of how we're going to actually achieve carbon neutrality. So for the first time, we've measured the carbon output of our vast and diverse landscapes. And we are a carbon source from our lands, not a carbon sink. And we need to reverse that. So now we've actually set specific targets to reduce carbon emissions on our various landscapes, whether it's wetlands or forests or deserts or farms, to actually contribute to that climate goal, which is really, really important. And we've established a really clear and publicly accountable roadmap to conserve 30% of our state by 2030. We've set a very strong definition of what it means to protect our lands, lands that are protected durably, principally for ecological benefit. And we're measuring our progress with a publicly transparent database. I'm really proud that our state government has invested in the last 3 years over $1.2 billion for land conservation, 30 by 30, and nature-based solutions. And that last year we were able to report publicly that we've expanded land protections over 1,000 square miles in California. So we think it's critically important that our governments not only talk the talk and walk the walk. And I know that so many governmental leaders in here totally agree with me. So then where does that leave us in this discussion, considering that we're meeting in the UN headquarters in Africa? From my perspective, the UN process succeeded in both the climate and in biodiversity. Paris Agreement got delivered, and it set a strong global target. And then in Montreal, remarkably, thank you, Quebec, for hosting. Likewise, the world set strong, publicly accountable targets. But the reality is that we're not positioned to effectively meet those targets. We're falling behind. We're in a race against time and we're falling behind. So from my perspective, this movement towards centralizing cities and regions is really quite important, and huge thanks to our COP presidency in COP28 for the CHAMP initiative. But I'll be candid and say, while that's really important and we have to help the CHAMP initiative succeed, I will suggest that we need to do more, that subnationals need stronger, more centralized participation in the implementation. In the biodiversity COP, as Ingrid mentioned, there's actually a sort of a formalized, clear framework for subnationals actually submitting their commitments and their progress. And so we're working with ICLEI and others, we need to follow through on that. I'll suggest that in the climate convention, there lacks that level of formality. And I understand there's dynamics because, I'm not suggesting from a state that we would want to be part of, or we should be part of, negotiations that take place between nation states. But I think the UN process needs to hold accountable states and provinces, regions, cities that have made commitments. Why not enable subnationally determined contributions that complement the national effort, so that we don't just leave it to national governments to consult with subnationals, because in some places that will work well and in other places that won't work. I'll give you the American example. We are one of 24 states with this level of climate progress, representing over half of our population, over half of our GDP. And if we have a president that takes office in the future that is hostile to climate change, there's no way that that UN process can actually account for over half of America driving forward on progress. Why not, without threatening the supremacy of the nation states within the UN, why not find a way to enable publicly accountable commitments to be submitted through the UN process, and then our progress to be measured? I think that's terribly meaningful to the work that we have ahead. Lastly, I'll just thank the associations, the groups in the room that are bringing our governments together, whether it's the Global Covenant on Mayors, ICLEI. We're a proud member of the Under 2 Coalition of regions representing, I think, like 60% of the GDP on Earth. And I'm so glad that all of these entities and C40 and so many others, that there's this effort to come together in the next year to really identify what are we asking for as subnational governments in both the Biodiversity Convention and the Climate Convention. I'm really, really hopeful for this. And from my perspective, we have absolutely no time to waste.
Thank you so much, Wade. And I think it's some really inspirational, but also cautionary words there, and a big challenge. Let's not waste time. And with no further ado, we're looking forward to the CBD COP in Cali. I am going to ask now Maria Teresa Becerra Ramirez, who is the head of International Affairs Office in the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development from Colombia. Really, as also one of the most biodiverse countries in the world, and signatory to the coalition of high ambition multi-level partnerships, Champ for Climate Change. How is your government implementing a whole of government and whole of society approach, specifically in relation to the biodiversity targets and NBSAPs, and also the decision that I mentioned just now, which involves local and subnational governments?
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank to all the organizers for inviting me for invite the government of Colombia to this important event. I am going to answer these questions first, saying that Colombia is now in the process of updating its National Biodiversity Action Plan. And this process, of course, involves of the different stakeholders that we have at the country, and of course the local governments. And specifically, we are working in each of the goals of the global biodiversity framework, is in the sense that we can have also like the inputs from every I don't know, every group of the society to tell us how they can do, and it of course includes the local governments. Regarding these questions, also I would like to highlight that in our National Development Plan, we have a specific line of work on resilient cities and habitats. And what we are doing in the ministry is to promote the inclusion of biodiversity criteria in urban planning and development. And in this context, the government has prioritized to work on these issues on those cities and municipalities under 50,000 habitats in order to increase climate resilience in those areas, and also implementing nature-based solutions as a way also to increase ecological connectivity, taking into account the importance of those small cities in the bigger ecoregions. So in this context, biodiversity and ecosystems restoration have became a vital component of the agenda, since transformation processes requires the identification of economic alternatives based on biodiversity. And also we are looking at the identification with these local communities and local governments of opportunities for people to, for example, reduce dependence on fossil fuels or
or traditional agriculture production to promote transition processes to have a more sustainable production activities, and also to generate like a kind of local economies that are more like friendly with biodiversity. Also, the government is promoting a territorial approach. The idea, and also like one of the main objectives of the National Development Plan, is to promote a planning or planning processes around water. So we have prioritized already around 15 ecoregions that represents like a big challenge to have like a more integrated actions. So now we are working programs for those ecoregions so that we can address environmental problems into the regions. And also, we don't want to separate like a climate action from biodiversity action. The idea is that we can have an integrated approach that involves local stakeholders, and also that generate like a innovative approaches around biodiversity, so that we truly believe that biodiversity and nature are like the basis of climate adaptation, climate mitigation, and also the opportunity that we have to generate or to improve local livelihoods. No? So now also regarding climate action, we have the challenge in Colombia. Our main like a source of greenhouse emissions is deforestation. So we now have the challenge to transform these areas like a deforestation nuclei in sustainable management nuclei. So it is a process. We have now a national plan for halting deforestation, and we are implementing that plan also with the cities. So the idea is that we see that the main mechanism to address deforestation drivers is increased governance, and also support local communities and local governments in getting like a stronger to address those threats, and also to generate incomes and economies based on biodiversity that could generate alternatives for local people, or also for these illegal or informal economies. Also, I would like to highlight the challenge that represents in the context of the climate action and the global stocktake decision. We have a big challenge for the energy transition for countries like Colombia that are middle income countries, depending on fossil fuels, and also highly vulnerable to climate change. We really need to have a good plan, and we are working precisely in that. We are formulating a national portfolio for the sociological transition. The idea is that this portfolio generates viable economic opportunities to reduce our country's dependence on fossil fuels and minerals, and also promotes reindustrialization and the development of science, technology, and knowledge. I mentioned that because the basis of this portfolio is that we have an economy based on biodiversity. We are a very rich country in biodiversity, and we feel like it is important that we manage very smartly this biodiversity, and also we can provide also economic alternatives for those regions that are now depending of coal or fossil fuels, so that they can generate these economies based on biodiversity. And it also depends on the possibilities that we have to collaborate and to have like a regional strategies that not just involve the national government. It has to involve regional governments, local governments, and of course local communities. And like the main enabling enabling condition is that we increase governance and we have local capacities to promote these transition processes. Now, in this portfolio, we are including activities that are mainly related with biodiversity. So we are promoting tourism-based, nature-based tourism, mainly in protected areas. We have also want to have like a specific program for conservation of natural ecosystems and also for restoration of areas that are degraded so that we can recover also the ecological functions of biodiversity. We have also a the idea that we can we can implement a national climate change adaptation plan that is also based on nature-based solutions. And one other part of the portfolio is the typical actions for energy transition. So regarding the COP16, we are going to celebrate this COP in Cali, Colombia. So also the mayor of Cali is very committed with the event. And we are going as part of the organization, we normally have like one day for the cities and local governments. So we see that it is a very important space because since the COP16 is the first after the approval of the Global Biodiversity Framework, so it could be very important to have experiences from the cities about the implementation of this biodiversity framework, and also to have like a more clear inputs about guidelines that we can promote at the international agenda. Also, Colombia as a presidency is very interested to hear from all of the participants what could be like the main topics that we could continue promoting to the presidency. And also it is very important for Colombia to address together the issues of biodiversity and climate change. Colombia was also a champion in the COP28 about nature and climate. So we see that this is something that we cannot separate in the case of cities. So now cities climate action represents also to have like a nature-based solution and implement these specific biodiversity goals. So we hope we can talk more about conservation and restoration of critical natural habitats in cities, how to improve, how to co-share the good practices, how to generate finance alternatives and finance mechanisms that can promote or can help cities in developing these nature-based solutions. And also we would like to have the conversation of how we manage to have these nature and climate linkages, and also how to have like a more resilient cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm really pleased to hear that you're going to have a day for cities and subnational governments, and we'll certainly be talking to you. I think that from all of the panelists here, it's been very clear how biodiversity action and planning at the local level and the subnational level and the linkages with the national governments has really landed well. So I'm going to ask now our respondent, Monica Kobayashi, who is a program manager and officer for the Agriculture, Biodiversity and Inland Water Division at the CBD Secretariat, to summarize and make a response. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really honored to be here representing the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. I'm really glad to see all these inspiring and the excellent examples, which prove that we can implement the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework across different levels of government, inviting also. As you may know, the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework aims to have these all society and all government approaches. And this asks each one of us for an urgent transformative action to implement the plan. to achieve this, we really need this cooperation. Like many of you mentioned, this conversation among different ministries, among different level of government at subnational level, cities level, indigenous people, local communities, in all society. The example that we heard shows that this is happening already. So this is very, is a big motivation to all of us to believe on this. The first example for Cape Town, we can see that an important biodiversity hotspot that deal with this challenge to have a rapidly growing city can live in harmony with nature. If we have adequate planning, we can put together human needs with biodiversity needs, because at the end of the day, we need biodiversity and ecosystem services to survive. And also, this also shows us that the local and the subnational government has an important task, because they are the planning, they are the managers, they are the policymakers, and they are also the one that implementing in the ground. So those governments are the one that, just name a few of contributions, are communicating with people, are doing all this planning, are also improving their livelihoods. So the job creation, all these that put together the Sustainable Development Goals, the 3 pillars, that is economic, social, and environment together. The second example show us that this is green jobs, like the tourism, or we are conserving, restoring, making sustainable use of biodiversity. So these protected areas are very important, because we need the water, we need the soil, we need all these benefits from nature. All these opportunities that we see, it's like very necessary to put the people together, because if they're not having their livelihoods and economic incomes, how they can save nature. Indeed, Miss the Excellence Bacera Ramirez, nice to meet you. I'm really pleased to meet you as the COP16 host. And then thank you so much for all these examples that you gave today, that in order to build the NAB SAPs, we really need this input from different levels of government, and also listening to the indigenous people, local communities in all society, because this transition that we asking for, everyone have a role to play. You gave so many examples that I'm not even go inside, because all this balance between having climate neutrality, find the solutions for the transition of fossil fuels, and having an economy that is based on biodiversity, how you balance all this. So how you use biodiversity as a solution for climate as well, no? And at the same time, creating these jobs opportunities, and also conserving and restoring biodiversity. So just a few points to conclude. We know that urban population will keep growing. We know that with this, we have a huge impact, let's say potential huge impact on biodiversity, not only because of the area of expansion on natural areas, but also because of the pollution that it generates, because the food security and nutrition that we need to achieve, but also let me put the water security, because many of cities in the world are already suffering with this water security. The second thing is
how we can reduce this pressure. And we saw here many good examples that we can, with policies, with communication, with reaching agreement, that it's possible. So let's use this to inspire all of us, keep this momentum, and just bear in mind that economies relies on biodiversity. The solutions for climate change relies on biodiversity. Human existence in this planet relies on biodiversity. So we really need to put all these different variables together to achieve the UN goals, the Kunming-Montreal goals, the climate goals, because all we cannot separate. So let's urgently take action, and let's really try to live in harmony with nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica. I'm very aware of the fact that we're sitting between you and your lunch. However, I do want to invite one additional person, Jonathan Gillibrand, who is the Senior Advisor of the Bureau of Oceans and International Environmental and Scientific Affairs from the US government, to please say a few final words. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingrid. Thank you so much. I'm going to respond to you and also to Inger Anderson's comments this morning. I'm going to link biodiversity to plastics and talk a little bit about how we're bringing subnational governments into that. I'm going to try and do it in under 90 seconds. So let's go. So listen, I don't really need to link biodiversity to the plastics treaty. It came out of biodiversity. This was decades of work on marine plastic litter that many of you were involved with. This is the sea turtles. This is our fish stocks. This is our millions of seabirds, and it's the less visible things like microplastics in our coral reefs. And I think for people in the cities here, it's in your rivers and polluting your cities. So the U.S. is. I just want to say clearly, the U.S. is committed to getting a global agreement. And we have to get this done by the end of this year. I am going to be very busy, but we're excited about it. The second thing is, how do we just link this into our, and I'm going to point to Wade here because you kind of said it all. You know, our subnational governments in America are so important to us. Wade is an example of, you know, California, what California did with emissions. We're hoping that you can do with EPR, and not to put you under too much pressure, but you know, we see you as leaders. And let me just explain a couple of quick ways how the U.S. is going to bring subnational into the plastic space. We have an Office of Subnational Diplomacy within the State Department. It is run by an ambassador. That just shows you how important this is. Ambassador Hachigian, who you've met. Now, the goal of this office is to connect United States cities and states to counterparts in other countries. So this is very important, and that's across a broad range of issues. Now, the second thing and the final thing is on plastics. We started a public-private partnership. It's called EPIC. We have $15 million going into this. It's going to do regional projects, but it's also going to be doing a lot of convening where we'll be inviting people like Wade and people from across the globe to come and talk about their successes and their best practices so they can share them. Now, why is it so important to have you, the cities and the states there? Because what we're finding is that things that are critical for biodiversity, like reuse and refill, you know, we really are pushing this through the treaty. We absolutely need it. These programs only work if they have community buy-in, and they have to be tailored to the region. And so we're going to be working very closely in our EPIC public-private partnership to do that so that the solutions will work and they can be powerful. I couldn't be more excited. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you so much, Jonathan, and for reminding us, as the governor of Kisumu said, that's where the rubber hits the road. So I want to just thank all the panelists for their really very inspiring inputs. It gives us hope that we can live in harmony with nature and that we can make peace with nature, which is what Antonio Guterres has said, but also your president repeated in his announcement of Cali. However, I think it's clear from what everybody said here, especially Wade, that we should not be complacent, but that we need to ratchet up action investment. And I just want to thank UNEP and
African cities lead. Very short versions from this panel.
Thank you, everyone. And I am the unpopular person who stands between you and your lunch. So I will try to be really short and concise. But I would like to thank the organizers for welcoming us here to Nairobi for this particular conference. And it's an honor to represent the World Resources Institute, who are a partner in Urban Shift, which is a partnership that's supported by GEF, bringing together WRI, UNEP, C40 cities, ICLE, to work across 50 cities in 17 countries. So I think I wanted to, one, appreciate the depth of the dialogue that was happening here today. And just as I reflect, say, one, today we had what the science has obviously told us. One, that we are woefully short of meeting our climate, biodiversity, and pollution goals. Two, that we're moving to a world that's predominantly urban and are at that tipping point of 50%, tipping to 70% by 2050. And we have also had here today that the three frameworks are interconnected intricately, where the solutions and the catastrophes of one impact the other. And so when we look at this, we say, therefore, the crisis that, as we opened, we had the triple planetary crisis that is complex, then requires multi-level governance to be able to address this. And there are two critical, sentiments that arose. One, it requires all hands on deck. And two, it requires action across borders. And so what we've had here today, I think there are two levels I would speak to that emerged. One, that everyone must play their role across all levels and scales. From the global level and the regional platforms and institutions that are represented here today, it's to say you must continue to play your role to ensure that there's robust championing of an ambitious policy direction at that level to drive us, whether it is in the form of advocacy, whether it is creation of opportunities for peer-to-peer learning to showcase the best case studies, but also critically something that was mentioned at the back, the element of research. For the national governments in the room, you also have a role. You must include the cities and the regions in revising the revision of your NDCs, but it doesn't stop there. You must involve them in the development and implementation of the climate plans. Examples such as CHAMP are a great start, but they require further support from the national governments to ensure that they can be actualized in the form of finance and the capacity that is required. But also to the cities that are in the room, acknowledging that you are where the crisis will be addressed. You also must play your role judiciously. We are not short of examples today of where this has happened. One, you must domesticate these global policies to your cities. We heard from Kisumu, Cape Town, Quezon, who spoke about the strategies that they have developed. But we must also acknowledge, as we said, that the crisis goes beyond borders. And so we must, as cities, be open to collaboration with others, a multiplicity of actors who may be across other government institutions, but also with other stakeholders who are non-state actors, such as academia, civil society, among others, and private sector. But at the very end, we must put local communities at the heart of the solutions that we develop at the cities, implement, but really critically monitor so that we can continue to be transparent and accountable as we talked about them. Finally, to say that we require finance, and this is a good segue into the session that will happen in the afternoon, that the finance that will be required must be fit for purpose, accessible to the local governments, but also ensure that those solutions and trickle down to the local communities. So thank you all, and yes, I'm stopping standing between you and your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Helen, and thank you so much for making this connection to the afternoon panel, which started at 3 p.m. about the financing of the urban actions. So now it is just again a reminder what Andy already mentioned, luncheon reception, innovation and action, how data and partnerships accelerate climate achievements. The reception is at the Recreation Center Terrace. Not everybody of you know where it is, and this is why my colleagues, Irene and Konish, are there in the corner, and probably more colleagues who will walk you. It's basically that direction, I guess. So please follow Irene and Konish for the lunch reception, and I think that will be a fantastic opportunity to exchange the views based on the discussion this morning, but also listen for the presentation, very short presentation. And see you at 3 p.m. sharp, please, back in the room. You know, in the previous panel, we already kind of created a very good bridge to the discussion on the financing. So therefore, now we will move to to the next session, which is looking about the financing for sustainable urban transformation. It was actually very interesting during the lunchtime to speak to many cities and countries who actually mentioned that urban finance is really something which is a bottleneck, not absence of it, but the way it is not available. So therefore, it's really very, very important panel today afternoon. And again, we really enjoyed in the morning very practical, very in-depth discussion, and we definitely have the same this afternoon. And what is, I think, very important also that most of people in this room are not simply presenters or speakers, but we are all actually working together on very different implementation projects. And this is, I think, really gives us kind of guarantees that things get better, things get implemented after this meeting. So let's go then to the next panel. So before I give to Agathe the floor, we will have Jeannie Birch from University of Pennsylvania Institute for Urban Research at University of Pennsylvania to provide actionable recommendations and avenues to bridge the local financial gap based on the work of the Global Commission for Urban SDG Finance. So that will be very important to frame our discussion today. Jeannie, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gulnara. And thank UNEP and UN Habitat for this wonderful, wonderful session, bringing attention to cities, which is so very needed. So good afternoon, delegates, colleagues, and friends of the UNEA-6 Cities and Regions Summit. This morning, we heard Executive Director Anderson outline the climate resilient infrastructure and green cities approaches that are being taken by UNEP. And later we heard Acting Executive Director Mano talk about the Local 2030 and CHAMP. And then Brazil emphasized the focus of G20 is on implementation. And when we talk about implementation, you know what we're talking about, having those plans and money to get it into what kinds of policy we develop that are needed to address them. So let's go first to the questions. So there are a lot of questions, of course, and I'm sure you're quite familiar with them. But first, in the dark green, is how will we reform existing or craft innovative financial mechanisms to increase financing for cities? The second is, how can we de-risk capital? A lot of people have been talking about that today already. How can we de-risk or transfer risk for more direct investment in cities? Thirdly, how will international and national reforms allow cities greater direct access to capital markets? Oftentimes, their laws and regulations don't allow cities to have those direct access. How will the imbalance between mitigation and adaptation investment in cities be improved. I know that's a special topic here. And the big question is, how will we transform the global financial architecture to allow and encourage urban SDG finance? And I thought we'd spend a little time quickly to look how we'd improve investments in nature and biodiversity in cities, because that is such an important topic that we've been addressing today. Next slide, please. So on the data side, I want to tell you a little project that we worked with UNEP a year or so ago. And we were asked to find out how much funding was going for nature in cities. And this was the first effort, I think, to try to define and establish the level of public expenditures on urban NBS in cities around the world. Now, I need to preface this, of course, with the work that has been done already by OECD in collaboration with, I believe, GCOM and CCFLA and so forth, looking at subnational finance in general, and also looking at subnational climate finance. But nobody's looking at nature and how you try and do that. So we did a big study to try and figure out how you would count out the amount of money that is spent for nature and finance. And of course, we found there was no global database on the subject. And that basically public finance accounting networks are focused on national, not on subnational level data, which everybody's shaking their heads. They know that's true. And the other very interesting thing is that urban NBS tends to be nested in an overall budget or an overall project. So it's not disaggregated. So it's hard to get to the bottom of what this is exactly. Next slide, please. So what we did, of course, was to look at urban NBS, which we think is a little bit different from NBS in general, because there are specific projects that one thinks about as urban NBS, everything ranging from urban forests to open space to urban agriculture to what's happening on streets, trees, buildings, water management, riverine and coastal restoration are all projects that I think we can put under that mantle of urban NBS. And so what we are now working on with, again, with UNEP is the Generation Restoration Initiative, which is going on for 2 years, I believe, where there are a series of cities that were selected to do pilot projects in, you're smiling at Cape Town because you're one, a series of, and Quezon is one, is two, as pilot projects in urban NBS and some model cities that will mentor and help. And so what we are doing right now is we're taking the OECD function of government work and that framework and going to work with first with the model cities, Seattle and Toronto, to see if we can track that urban NBS. And then we will come to Quezon and another city we haven't selected yet. We hope you'll work with us to see what's happening there. So that's on the ground sort of thing that we're trying to do, and just to find out. And why do we want to find these things out? Because obviously we want to know the gap. We want to know what we need to finance. Next slide, please. So in order to answer these questions that I first started out with, it's the policy side that we need to be talking about. So about a year ago, we created a number of people created, I should say, something called the SDSN Global Commission for Urban SDG Finance. And it is co-chaired by Anne Hidalgo, who's the mayor of Paris, by Eduardo Paes, who's mayor of Rio de Janeiro, and Jeffrey Sachs, who's head of SDSN. And in this, we have more than 60 members coming from very different parts of this finance world, many mayors, many private and public sector experts in all of this. Next slide, please. And we have divided this into several task forces that are working on this. But one of the we're looking at, of course, is what do we need to do with the multilateral development bank reforms? As you probably know, that multilateral development banks were formed after World War II among nations, and they, by mandate, can only lend to cities if they have a national guarantee. That always doesn't work. And I don't think I have to tell you the reasons why in this crowd, why it might not work if the cities are of a different political party as the national government or whatever. At any rate, so CCFLA has launched a very, very good study on this, thinking about the ways that we could think about MDB reform, and is putting this discussion into the larger discussions occurring with MDB reforms on the global arena. And so these range from finding ways to make the banks more sensitive to these kinds of situations. The next slide, please. You've heard about CHAMP and the work that they're doing, and the link that we see from the Commission and CHAMP, of course, and of the declaration that we heard this morning of 162 to 163, we're talking about partnerships, is that if you can't have partnerships without trying to create the finance for those partnerships. And so there's very strong link between these sorts of things. And you can see the amount of urban climate finance that's occurring in these different regions. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we're really focusing is on newer modified institutions and thinking about, as a first step, a Green Cities Guarantee Funds that could be worked with MDBs or independently or whatever to try to figure out a way to bring more finance into cities through this guarantee fund. We're working on the technical studies of this right now. We all know the private sector money is very much needed, but private sector is very risk averse. And so we have to figure out ways. I see my friend over at Climatic Finance Foundation shaking his head. Yes, have to find ways to assure them that we can de-risk things. Next slide, please. And of course, the private sector, which we talked about. So very little money is coming now from the private sector that we need to be able to make the business case for investing in cities. And this is where we need to see that list that Andy Deacon is going to release. When are you releasing that? Today? And to see what kind of business cases can be made for investing in cities. We need to showcase the best practice examples and innovative financial mechanisms. One of the issues, of course, in lending is there aren't many good cases that will encourage risk-averse investors to come into a city. We need the records of good projects and so forth. And so we also need to talk about these issues of creditworthiness and how we can enhance creditworthiness among cities themselves. Next slide, please. And we are very concerned, of course, about the adaptation imbalance. As you can see from this data here, that in terms of the state of finance, the UNEP study, that there's been a huge amount of well, not enough funding, but there's funding in climate financing, but very little has gone into adaptation. And so there are a number of things that need to be done to increase that. And I think our panel will probably talk about that later. Next slide, please. And as we think about creating these tools and mechanisms that are so badly needed, it's not a one-size-fits-all. Context, local conditions, and geography are extremely important. We have to take into consideration, as I've said, creditworthiness, the regulatory frameworks in which these things will be operating in, the governance structures, and the capacity, local capacity, and just what kind of access there is to capital. So all of these things need to be considered as we think about the kinds of mechanisms and tools that we'll be proposing. Next slide, please. And so we are going to have now in terms of this discussion this afternoon, which I'm sure will be as exciting as the one this morning was, the first panel, and I'm going to turn this over to Aga.
Thank you so much, Ginny, and indeed, Agatha, please.
Thank you so much, Gulnara. Thank you very much, Ginny, for this wonderful introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed a delightful lunch. I also want to welcome everybody that's following us online. I hope you had a nice break in your day, and we're really grateful that you are following us along from all around the world. I'll begin by introducing myself. I'm very honored to moderate this panel this afternoon. My name is Agathe Cavicchioli. I'm the Deputy Director of International Advocacy at GCOM, and I'm moderating this panel today on behalf of GCOM and C40's partnership. Now, in this upcoming panel, we're going to be looking very specifically at some sets of solutions, of innovative solutions for financing sustainable urban and territorial development. And to go into this exciting topic, I'm joined by a fantastic panel, which I would like to introduce to all of you so you know what you're in for and can look forward to. They will be giving us a really diverse perspective on the issue from a local, from a regional, and a non-governmental standpoint. So first of all, to my left, from the perspective of a city, I'm really pleased to welcome Mr. Kweku Lisk, who is Deputy Mayor in the city of Freetown in Sierra Leone, in charge of transparency, accountability, and community service. We then will hear from Mr. Jean Lemire, to my right, Envoy for Climate Change, Northern and Arctic Affairs for the government of the province of Quebec. And then finally, I'm really delighted, to my left again, that Ms. Kamileva, the co-director of the Global Cities Hub, will be sharing some thoughts and comments and reflections after our two panelists have spoken. The Global Cities Hub is an organization that facilitates the participation of cities in multilateral processes, and in particular the UN. So we are in good hands. I want to remind everyone that, as you can see on the slide over there, we have a Miro board, particularly for people joining us online, but also for all of you in the room. You can contribute inputs, you can contribute reflections and questions on the topic that we are discussing at the moment. So, going right into the subject matter. We know, and we have heard throughout the day, that financing for sustainable for subnational climate and sustainable development is the most commonly identified barrier to accelerated action in cities, towns, and regions around the world. If we look at climate finance in particular, I believe that piece of data hasn't been shared yet today, but there's a funding gap that we are aware of between 2 and 5 trillion US dollars that would help cities meet the objectives of the Paris Agreement. And this funding gap is the result of outdated approaches from multilateral development banks and from the private sector as well, that make it hard for cities to access the capital available at competitive cost. But it also comes from national government policies that prevent cities from raising taxes or borrowing, as Ginny, you also mentioned in your introduction. And that really applies to the wider environmental and sustainable agenda, and it's particularly true when we're talking about adaptation. So this is why today we're talking a lot about reforming as well as innovating in the global financial architecture. And that's why it's more critical than ever before. And it's particularly true so now that we have learned from the global stocktake that we are far off track, but we have also learned from COP28 and initiatives like CHAMP that cities can really play a significant part in delivering global environmental and climate agendas if, and I underline that statement, they are supported adequately. So there's reason to hope, and we're going to dive into some of those. But to name but a few things that are really driving and animating us as we speak, there are negotiations ongoing about the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, which are expected to be reached at COP29. There's a lot of momentum over multilateral banking and financial institution reform, to name, for example, the World Bank's evolutionary roadmap, and for which subnational actors are issuing recommendations. We've seen that on one of your slides, Ginny. I invite you to consult the full report, and I know the next session after this will be going into a lot more detail about development finance. And last but not least, and this is what brings us to the table today, we're seeing a lot of innovation directly from cities, states, and provinces that are crafting policies and that are creating revenue streams for themselves to support ambitious environmental and sustainable initiatives. We're very lucky that we'll be hearing from two trailblazers today, the city of Freetown and from the province of Quebec. So to begin, I'd like to invite Mr. Kweku Lisk to take the floor. Freetown in Sierra Leone is already experiencing impacts from climate change, although contributing only a minor share of emissions. But that doesn't stop you from taking really ambitious action. And in particular, we are admirative of the campaign Freetown, the Tree Town. Could you tell us a little bit more about the challenges that you faced in financing such an initiative and how you're going around these challenges?
Firstly, I'd like to say thank you. And Good afternoon to all of you here, and thank you to the organizers, UNEP, UN Habitat, C40, ICLEI, and all the other partners. I'm here today representing Mayor Ivanaki Sawyer, and who's been a champion for climate change for a while, and she's also co-chair for C40 Cities. The issue of climate change is no stranger to any of you here, and I'm just here to make a contribution to share with you guys what we've been doing in Freetown as with a timely footprint in the carbon world, and to see how we could sort of contribute in a bigger way that would impact the rest of the world. I mean, today we stand at a critical juncture in our collective journey towards sustainable urban and territorial development. To address the pressing challenges that come hand in hand with this phenomenon of ensuring equitable access to basic services and infrastructure, to mitigating the impacts of climate change and fostering inclusive growth. Innovation has always been the cornerstone of progress. And when it comes to financing sustainable urban and territorial development, innovative approaches are not just desirable, but necessary. Traditional financing mechanism often falls short in addressing adequately the complex and interconnected nature of urban challenges. Therefore, we must explore and embrace new avenues of financing that can catalyze transformative change. One such avenue of leveraging technology to unlock new sources of funding, the rise of financial technology of fintech has revolutionized the way we think about finance. By harnessing the power of digital innovation, we can tap into previously untapped resources and democratize access to finance for urban development initiatives. Case study, Freetown the Tree Town, localizing climate action. Over the past half century, Freetown, the capital of Sierra Leone, has undergone rapid population growth, which is the case with many urban cities today, resulting in the loss of millions of trees due to urban development in the cities. This is driven most often by rural migration. People coming from the rural parts of the country, moving into Freetown, not really having anywhere to stay, and they just cause absolute degradation to trees in order to create space to build homes for themselves, mostly temporary homes. With its population on track to reach more than 2 million by 2030, urban sprawl is encroaching on the forested mountainous peninsula outside the city. 70% of Freetown trees have been cut down, and the city is already experiencing negative effects of the loss of these critical ecosystems. In 2017, devastating floods and landslides swept through Freetown, tragically taking the lives of 1,000 people. Such disasters, along with coastal erosion, are becoming more and more common. In 2017, we had a massive landslide on the hills because all the trees were cut. When the rain falls, the way it does in sub-Saharan West Africa, it's torrential. And it just motivated a whole landslide. It just literally covered up thousands of people. So it was like a very direct impact it's global warming had on Freetown. Freetown the Tree Town is an ambitious city-led pay-to-grow scheme to plant, grow, and digitally track trees, which aims to restore what has been lost and protect it for future generations. Through this initiative, city residents are paid to plant and monitor trees and mangroves, which are tracked via an online platform. Most of the mangroves around the city of Freetown have been destroyed as a result of this rural migration. The initiative is funded with tokens sold on private and carbon markets. The City Council, Freetown City Council, also works with locals to raise awareness of the importance of its trees and engage the community in restorative activities. Freetown's initiative has proved immensely successful and provides a model that other cities struggling with deforestation can replicate. The city is on course to meet its ambitious target of planting 1 million trees by 2024. And thanks to the city's tree guardians and the platform used to track and monitor planting, they have seen an excellent tree survival rate of over 80%. Freetown the Tree Town offers hope, not only for Sierra Leone, but for the world. Moreover, public-private partnerships, PPPs, present another promising avenue for innovative financing by bringing together the expertise and resources of both the public and private sectors. PPPs offer a win-win solution for addressing urban challenges while ensuring financing sustainability. Whether it's through joint infrastructure projects or innovative service delivery models, PPP have the potential to unlock significant investments in sustainable urban development. Furthermore, we cannot overlook the importance of impact investment in driving sustainable urban development. Impact investors seek to generate positive social and environmental outcomes alongside financial returns, making them natural allies in the pursuit of urban sustainability. By aligning investment capital with the Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs, and other global agendas, impact investors, environmental stewardship, and social equity. Additionally, we must explore innovative financing instruments such as green bonds, social impact bonds, and resilience bonds to mobilize capital for sustainable urban development. These instruments not only provide source funding, but also create incentives for investors to prioritize sustainability and resilience in their investment decisions. By mainstreaming these innovative financing mechanisms, we can channel capital towards projects that deliver tangible benefits for both people and the planet. In conclusion, the challenges of sustainable urban and territorial development are immense, but so too are the opportunities for innovation and collaboration. By harnessing the power of technology, fostering public-private partnerships, embracing impact investments, and leveraging finance instruments, we can unlock the resources needed to build cities and communities that are resilient, inclusive, and sustainable for generations to come. Let us seize this moment to catapult transformative change and create a brighter future for all. Freetown, a tiny town, a tree town with a tiny footprint in the carbon excretion world, is leading by a very tiny example in that regard. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor, for sharing this with us, and indeed a really inspiring initiative in Freetown. in Freetown, harnessing, to quote you, technology, but also I noted harnessing the power of people. You mentioned that they were first affected by the landslide, and they're also critical actors into the planting process.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's really admirable. I hope we can come back to you for more questions from our online audience. But for the moment, I'd like to turn over to Monsieur Jean Lemire, representing the government of Quebec. You have been a global leader in the carbon market, financing both sustainable innovation as well as carbon reduction. So could you tell us a little bit about how the carbon market works and looks like in the province of Quebec, and how important it is to feed into the Electrification and Climate Change Fund that I believe helps finance a lot of initiatives in your province?
You have 5 hours or 5 minutes? Well, I'm going to try to tell you a story that may sound simple, but it's quite complicated. That fund is made from a carbon market linked with California. And just to give you an idea, we started that in 2013 with California, and we were able to bring more than $5 billion and that money, by law, has to be reinvested in climate or in nature. You cannot use that money for other things. It has to be, for. So that's a lot of money for, a little province of 8 million people. But this is how you get, how you can have your entire society involved to battle climate change, to fight climate change. Because, for example, the big polluters are part of the solution. Because if they are doing well, they will be able to make money with the investment that they will do. Because everybody has a kind of a line that they have to follow, and this line is in line with our targets. So they will have to reduce their GHG emission. So they have, many years to do it. But if they want to be a good student, and if they are better than their line, then they will be able to sell their credit. And, this is why we call it a market. It's not a tax. So if you want to be a good student, you will be part of the solution, but you will make money. And of course, the government are selling those credit, and this is how we get, more than $5 billion that is reinvested in climate. We wanted, of course, to do more. And we think that, it's a global problem. So we have to also think like a citizen of the world. So we decided to put part of that money, we're now at more than $100 million, to help others. So we gave to the adaptation fund, for example. We work with FAO on farming and adaptation. We created our own climate cooperation program. So, and this is how we can bring the voice of subnational and cities also into those very important funds. For example, like we host the COP15 in biodiversity, and we work really closely with ICLEI and others to be sure that our voice is around the table. And we will start to work with Jeff for the new biodiversity fund to be sure that, we will be with them. We will give them money, but we want to have a voice, because I think that more and more, if we want to succeed, we will have to work all together. I don't want to criticize the UN's thing that more and more we have to be around the table. We have to be there to be able to bring money, influence, and also help, cities and other subnationals. So I think that this is, that concept of to be more inclusive. And I see Ruth, yeah, I'm sure she understands, because she's in every battle, she wants to be also around the table. So, and when you are able to create a momentum like we did in Quebec, for example, then it's the entire society who will push you to do more. And even for a government point of view, sometimes it's tough because you have the feeling that you're doing a lot, but they want more and more and more, which is an ideal situation, so because we don't have enough time. So for example, we passed a law, and there's no exploitation or exploration of fossil fuel on our territory. So now we are co-chair of BOGA, the Beyond Oil and Gas Alliance, and we will try to bring, more subnationals around the table again to be sure that, we have to go to turn back to those, fossil fuels. So all that together means that, we have to work together. For example, with that money from that $5 billion, we just gave $500 million to cities to be sure that they will make their climate plan and, be part of the solution. So I think that we have to think differently. We have to be more and more citizen of the world. We have to include more education. The citizens should be part of that solution as well. And I think that if we work together, we will win that battle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lemire. So here on my climate action bingo card, I've ticked harnessing technology and the power of people in Freetown. Now we've heard about harnessing partnerships as you're working with another state in another country, as you're working between levels of governments, between the province in Quebec, but also supporting cities to work on their climate plans, and also harnessing, of course, the power of market mechanisms to create revenue. So I think we're doing really well on the climate action bingo card here. And to maybe complement it, now I'm turning to our colleague Camileva from the Global Cities Hub. Today you are our respondent, Camila. I wonder what these interventions have inspired you to comment and reflect upon. No, there has been a small
Oh,
challenge.
a
Sorry.
lot. I will spray you later. A lot. Thank you very much, Agatha, and thank you for the organizers. I've been inspired not only by this discussion, but the discussion I had preliminary with the speakers of this panel, who are absolutely exceptional people in the correct in the first sense of the word. And my first question as respondent is how we export your examples elsewhere. So I will not sound negative with my next remarks. I will finish on positive note, but to me, this will be really the key question of today, and I'm here not to ask questions, but to give responses. But this is a question I really want to ask and to throw to the audience. So starting with Jeannie's, because I cannot ignore it, nonetheless, although you're not part of the official panel, but nonetheless you were extremely useful, and I know from your work before how useful and how crucial work you do. So you said questions are academic and policy, and I guess that your presentation will be circulated. And you alluded it, but there is also a political question. How we convince or how we deal with central governments, the elephant in the room again, in order to allow the local and regional governments to get finances to get there. And I hear Quebec. I wonder again whether you are not quite a unique example. Correct me if I'm wrong, but how we deal with the central governments. So this will be probably also another question. We've heard times this morning and now about nature finance, which is something which apparently needs more research, more discussions, kind of a topic which has to be dealt with. We've heard from California, we heard now examples from Sierra Leone and Quebec, this carbon money, you know, it looks like a mafia movie, but apparently it's a very positive example again. And then, because you said that Global Cities Hub is dealing with cities and helping cities to get into multilateral processes. So what is this discussion, how this reflects to multilateral scene and multilateral processes? And here I want to also make a point about the UN. We spoke less in this panel about the UN, but the UN is the pivotal central role in the middle of this finances going to cities from institutions, etc. And so the UN Secretariat is working with states and is accountable to states. And this is another topic which we need to get deeply more into this, because the UN is giving a sustainable, credible guarantee for any finance, for any funding which can be which goes from investors to cities. But how we bring UN into the equation, to me, is also another point. Private-public partnerships with UN, without UN, again, I think, and this is because of my background, you can obviously correct me, but I think that the private-public partnerships for local and regional governments supported or run through UN has more chances to succeed on a longer run, because the private-public partnership is a very long-term contract. It can, in very rare cases, be a panacea, but very often you have to do a very robust risk assessment. You have to do a very robust durability plan, and the private-public partnership, unfortunately, very often can become a trap. And if it becomes a trap for a local and regional governments, then it can go really badly. And the empty or dangerous promises for private businesses, corruption, etc., are just few of the problems with private-public partnerships. So again, getting back to UN and getting back to my final fifth point about who are the actors in the room
and not only in this room are only the best actors and online, but who are the actors for securing finances for local and regional governments. So we call it local and regional governments. You can call it cities, regions, towns. So you have cities and regions who have amazing examples, sometimes true champions, sometimes also examples that didn't succeed, but lessons are learned. And so, to my experience, they're adamant to express them publicly, to give these examples. And very often we stay there. We don't analyze, we don't build upon, or we build upon partially. So who can build upon these examples and increase influence? Obviously, one of the main players in this is city networks, organizations like those here around the table, who can take the examples, work with local and regional governments, develop, analyze, academia, university, and get to some objectives. Now, my conviction is that they can do this, but they cannot do this in a durable, sustainable, and what can I say, permanent manner without UN. The UN Secretariat is there to support. They have amazing professionals, they have resources, although sometimes they say they don't, but this is another issue which I'm dealing with very often. They have, and they're amazing professionals. But the problem with the UN is that they're settled to work with national government, with member states. And that's why if you pronounce entirely the word, it's not United Nations, it's United Nations Secretariat. Secretariat to whom? To member states, only for the moment. Doesn't mean that UN do not work occasionally with cities. UNEP is the only organization, to my knowledge, and correct me if I'm wrong, that they have a city unit, the brave people organizing this meeting. UN Habitat also work with cities, and that's why we're in this partnership. But the rest of the UN is settled to work, say, almost exclusively with member states. I'm a bit extreme here, but this is the structure of the United Nations. So to get there, and these are my final points, we need to convince member states who, as of today, largely think that they're self-sufficient to themselves, that yes, they can deal internally with local and regional governments whenever useful or in a way they decide. But to change this, we need more initiatives like CHAMP, which is still mild but very important initiative. We need to get into the multilateral processes, into the negotiations here downstairs, where they're doing the world, as we speak, the world politics of environment. And we're not downstairs, we're upstairs. And this is like this mostly of the time. So get to convince the states to work with local and regional governments, to allow local and regional governments to get funding, climate finances, to allow local and regional government to get knowledgeable on this. And through this, states must mandate the United Nations Secretariat, United Nations, to work directly with local and regional governments. Thank you.
Thank you infinitely, Camila, for these really thought-provoking questions. I'd really like, in the few minutes that we have left, to turn back over to our panel to see if any of those questions have inspired you and you would like to add some final thoughts. To try and attempt of recapping, you have asked us how to deal with central governments. How can city innovation have an impact on multilateral process? The challenges of private-public partnerships, how to replicate and scale innovation from individual cities at the pace and scale needed for our global challenges. And a bit transversal to this, I want to say, the role of the UN and how they can catalyze all of this. I also wonder if people online or on the Miro board have made comments or have contributions in response to these questions. Sharon, could I, whilst you all take a little second to think about these questions, we'll come back to you. Sharon, are there any thoughts from Wow, the active Miro board.
Yes, there's quite a few, as you can see. Whenever we talk about money, there's a lot of interest. So there's some good news, a lot of resources that are being put there on the adaptation fund, also from our friends at CDP. CDP.net has put in there's a whole list of resources for cities to access funding and how to access it. So there's a lot of guidance from our colleagues from CDP and ICLE on that, and C40, of course. We have there's a bit of a repeat on the challenges that we are encountering. So there's expressions of interest are quite slow, specifically in addressing local government action. So we would like to find ways to accelerate this. And there are already some suggestions on how to do that in the recommendations, particularly around MDB reform. The UN is very engaged in the process of MDB reform that will allow more local government and subnational government engagement. So that is something that we are, as Jeannie knows very well, we are actively engaged in the work on localizing financing. We also have a bit of a recommendation for matchmakers, but not the kind that makes the kind that informs financial institutions and investors about the opportunities at subnational level. So I think it's very interesting because in many cases, I understand what they're speaking to, because in many cases, the opportunities are not presented in the way that financial actors can act upon. And I think that's something that we in this room can jointly work on together. So again, on the comments, very interesting, this comment section, I have to say. So here in the comments, they say we can smartly use states and regions and cities, so subnational actors, to support urban transformation, to support cities in urban transformation. So this is really speaking to the topic of the session, which is on multi-level governance and including everyone towards urban transformation. So finance, why are we talking about finance? To transform the way we look at cities. So back to you again.
Thank you so much, Sharon, and thank you to the whole team that's enabling this interactive conversation with the Miro board and the rest of the world. I want to keep us relatively on time, but these have been really interesting points and questions raised. So I wonder if our panelists would like to part on a final one sentence. Yes. And starting from Jeannie, then we will move all the way back to Jean.
I didn't tell you the structure of the commission, and one task force we have is working on advocacy. We have a pathway towards G20, which we're working on, and also to COP28. So we're not ignoring the fact that politics are essential to getting the changes we need.
Well, what I can say is, given the fact that the position of the mayor is a very political one, the challenges we face when you, like the point you made earlier, when you have a central government and you have an opposition as mayor, and then added to that, you have a government that does not prioritize climate change. That's a double whammy. So I think I really subscribe to your suggestion, like getting the UN somehow to be able to interact directly on a sub-regional level, because that's the only way cities can actually have the independence they need to move forward and totally avoiding politics. Yes.
Well, if you do the maths and you look at, all the funds that, the Green Climate Fund, the Biodiversity Fund, the Lost and Damage and all that, if you add all that, we will need a lot of money, So that means that it's not only the government who will be able to pay for all that. So we will need to have the private sector as well. And then we will have to be very careful. We don't want to do some greenwashing, so we will have to put some rules and again work together, because if we If those systems collapse, I mean, if the nature and climate collapse, everybody will lose everything. So it's time to have everybody around the table and make room at UN for, all the voices.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. Gulnara, I believe I give it back over to you. And for anyone interested in continuing this conversation, I think there's a little break right now just for that.
Yes, thank you very much. Indeed, we're going. So thank you so much, Agatha, for this fantastic panel and for the colleagues for this presentation. Indeed, it was a lot to process, so we're going for very short, maybe 10 minutes break. So it's time now. It is, let's see, it is 15:54. So maybe. Well, we have time for 16:20 in the schedule, so let's go by the schedule. So let's get back in 16:20 and then restart the next panel. And I would like to ask for applause for this panel. I think this is was a great presentation. Thank you so much. So coffee is outside, and looking forward to see you back for the next discussion on the financing.
Thank you so much,
Thank you so
Gulnara.
much. Amazing. Welcome.
Thank you.
Agenda is very close to my heart. I've worked before I joined as the head of the mitigation branch, as portfolio manager of the GEF and the GCF mitigation projects in UNEP in the same branch. And I have worked very closely with one of my fellow panelists. And we gave rise to the Urban Shift, which is a GEF finance program. And I think a lot of you know about it. I know a lot of you are going to talk a little bit more about it later. And it's my pleasure really to be here and to moderate this session. I followed with great interest the previous discussion about finance and finance at the city level. And what I was thinking when I was listening this morning and to the previous colleagues talking about the multi-level governance and finance, and also I was talking with my colleague here on my left, and I was thinking about how difficult it is for the cities to identify finances. You are a very great city because you have really found a way, and but it's not that easy. And there are middle cities, there are small cities, and there are large cities. And I come from Brazil. Most of the cities depend from government reallocation of funds to be able to survive, isn't it, Patricia? On their day-to-day basis, because they depend on these transfers. And there are many cities that are sometimes trapped into subnational state level policies that do not allow them to actually even joint plan transportation, for instance. So when you talk about transport-oriented development, it's very difficult because you have to talk with different constituencies. So it's not even the national level, it's at the state level that the discussion takes place. And sometimes the mayor and the governor they are not from the same political party. And then you have the issue of the metropolitan area, which transport is a key issue, how you can have a fare at transportation that is the same for the whole metropolitan area, because people will live in different areas and they have to go to the city. So innovative approaches from private sector, public-private partnerships, vertical funds that can help to unlock finance at the city level are very much welcome. They are never going to sort out all the problems of financing the cities or the mandates. And my country, we have 5,500 municipalities. They cannot all be in the table to discuss. It's impossible. But there are ways, and I think the CHAMP in the COP28 is a great initiative because it recognizes, it took the cities from the green zone to the blue zone for the first time. It's amazing. And I think more of these initiatives are good and should be promoted. And but today we're going to talk a little bit more in detail in this panel about the role of different stakeholders, a foundation private sector focused and a vertical fund, the Global Environment Facility, and how do they see the role of national governments actually in unlocking and removing barriers to facilitate finance, innovative finance in cities, and how the lessons learned from these initiatives can be actually then somehow systematized and taken back at the national level so more policies can be adopted that facilitate and enable finance to happen at the city level, being it to transfers, but it could be some simple approaches that maybe the national government or different ministries are not aware and cannot actually act upon. So I think there is also a need to have a policy dialogue that goes up and goes down at the vertical level, so the policies can be enabled to facilitate finance at the city level. But without further ado, you didn't come here to listen to me. You want to listen to my fellow panelists, and I would like to introduce them. One of them is named Priscila Negreiros. She is the manager of the Cities Climate Leadership Alliance, CCFLA. You have heard of it. CCFLA is the local association alliance that actually congregates all the finance initiatives at the city level. And it will be great to hear from her. Unfortunately, she's not here with us today, but she recorded a video and we'll hear from her. I have to my left David Albertani, CEO of Catalytic Finance Foundation, and he'll talk about his experience. He works also with the UN, and Mihai, you're going to be with us, and he works with one of your units in one of the projects. So I think it would be great to talk about that maybe Mihai later. And I have Alok Barnau. He works for the Global Environment Facilities. He's the head of the Sustainable Cities program. And I have also Mihai. She's the head of the branch on adaptation and resilience in the climate division. And she will conclude this panel as a respondent, hopefully as thought-provoking as our Global Cities Hub was in the previous panel. So it can be very spicy, and we can actually, see how things can evolve. Without then further ado, I give maybe Priscila will be the first, right?
Yes.
Gonara?
Yes.
So let's start. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to be here, though I'm not in person in Nairobi. Unfortunately, I hope I'll be able to contribute to this panel about facilitating subnational government access to climate and development. So for those I don't know, my name is Priscila Negreiros. I'm leading the CCFLA, so the Cities Climate Finance Leadership Alliance, which is the main multi-level and multi-stakeholder coalition aimed at closing the urban climate finance investment gap. So I wanted just to bring to your attention within this debate the role of the MDBs, and that's where my presentation is going to. So the multilateral development banks, which are normally multilateral and global institutions run by sovereign state with a common task of fostering economic and social development in developing countries, but also developed countries. And MDBs on the climate finance space, they have been playing a key role. So just as for information, we launched in Climate Policy Initiative last year, the global landscape of climate finance, where multilateral DFIs provided $93 billion US dollars, or the equivalent of 15% of the total public investments commitments in 2021 and 2022. And it shows, and we have been through analyzing the data throughout the years, that the banks have been increasing their support on the urban climate finance space. But the debates within the international financial system is that the banks are not doing enough, and they should be doing even more on the climate finance area. And that has led to many calls to reform the international financial institutions, so especially the MDBs, but also IMF. And this has gained a lot of momentum. And what, like, our conclusion within CCFLA, within our membership, while this whole discussion was coming out, is like, oh, we're talking about the reform of these banks, not only, but with a lot of priority on the climate finance space, and why we're not talking about cities. So we do believe that urban climate finance matters also for the MDB reform discussions and while we are rethinking these institutions globally. So for many reasons, and many reasons that most of you here hearing me know, like cities play a crucial role in addressing the climate emergency. This is where they contribute a lot for the energy use. 70%, 5% of the total CO2 emissions are coming from cities. They are vulnerable, but also they are a key place of opportunity. So we know that a lot of the investments will need to happen for the climate transition to happen will happen in cities, and this will bring trillions in dollars on investment opportunity. And also that the gap between what we need today in cities and what cities have been receiving is huge. So it's less than 1% that cities have been receiving globally to respond to the climate emergency. So we definitely think that the MDB reform and the MDB agenda is key to increase urban climate finance investments. And with that goal, we launched last year during COP a paper called Accelerating Urban Climate Finance in Low and Middle Income Countries, an important and strategic dimension of the MDB reform. And the goal of this paper, which we did an analysis, a quantitative analysis. So we web scraped data, investment data from 10 different banks, the one that disclosed their data, the ones that are part of the joint report on multilateral development banks, climate finance. And we did a very granular analysis on how much is actually going to urban investment, how much like their geography division, the sectors that have been on the urban space. And we did also a qualitative analysis about their mandates, the way they work through interviews and literature reviews. So we did the first ever deep dive into how MDBs actually work with cities. I invite you very much to visit the paper. We did this in partnership with C40 and GCOM. And this was a key instrument, let's say, for us to put together this 5 areas of recommendations that I'm not going to go in detail in each of them because I don't have necessarily time to do it, but I wanted to give you a glimpse of what do we, like from the data that we have gathered, were our conclusions. So we basically divided our analysis into 5 main areas, also areas that are under discussion within the MDB discussion. So we could actually do a parallel and try to foster the urban climate finance debate within the large MDB reform debate. The first is about the volume and shares of urban climate finance. So just as one of the findings that we got is in our analysis that 21% of tracked climate-related MDB finance within low and middle-income countries went to urban projects. So it's still like a small slice of the pie, let's say, if we compare to the needs that cities have and the importance they have on the climate transition. So we are recommending banks not only to increase the volumes, but also the priority for urban climate finance. The second area that we discussed was about improvement of urban focus strategy and coordinations and tracking. So we did a deep dive into the bank's mandates, their urban strategies and their climate strategies. And we realized that urban, it's not necessarily on top of their climate strategies, and that this cross-reference of their goals, let's say, within the climate finance space is quite key if we want to raise urban climate finance. So we did recommendations based on our findings on considering the urban dimension systematically and in a coordinated way through their country, sector, and climate strategies, and particularly the point on tracking urban shares, because the idea of having available data about urban climate finance will also help us to analyze better on where the opportunities lay. The third part was about, and it's a key area for us, about the operating models that the banks have been working. And this goes on a very key recommendation from the paper, which is shift away from a project by project approach when dealing with urban climate investment to a more strategic programmatic approach. And this would help particularly the urban climate finance space and help to scale up MDB finance. And we have put some examples on how this could be done. This is one point that is very key here is about the provision and effectiveness of technical assistance. Many cities do need support to be able to build their projects, and banks have a key role playing on that. And we also did a deep dive and recommendation about promoting direct and indirect finance for cities. Finally, we have one key area that we are working on is about private sector capital. Public sector will not be able to make the full transition and the investments that we need globally alone. So the banks have a key role to play as a catalyzer from private sector investment. And that's also a big area on the global debate of the MDB reform. And finally, the question of policy support and capacity building. And this is particularly key, is the last but not least for cities, as a lot of the challenges that cities face to access to finance is around enabling environment. So we recommend, and we did a deep dive on analysis on how banks and the MDB should work with national governments to champion comprehensive national policy reforms initiatives and support the banks on that front. So the analysis is very deep. I didn't have much time to actually go into details with you, but I invite you all to go, and I'm happy to answer any question and discuss this point and how MDB should be, like how urban climate finance should be in the agenda from the MDBs. Thank you so much.
It can also be extrapolated not only for MDBs, but I think for the GEF as well. They're very interesting findings. I was thinking while we were talking about, and you were talking about programmatic approaches and the need for policy support and capacity building to attract innovative financing. And most of the funds are very interested in the CapEx part of the investment, whereas the OpEx becomes a very problematic issue throughout that investment that has to be sustained over the years. And that's where I think innovative financing is extremely important. And I think the mayor of Quezon was talking about some ideas on how this is being addressed. And I think we need more of this innovative financing, not only for the larger CapEx investments, but for the OpEx, because it's very difficult structurally to keep the OpEx resources going, because they have to come from the budget and have to be absorbed by the cities. With that, I would like now to turn to David. David Albertani is the CEO of Catalytic Finance Foundation. I've already mentioned that. And if you don't mind, I will ask you a specific question. You have been having a lot of experience, right, on with catalytic finance, with private sector investment. And what were the experience that you had that national government, or that you can tell us, that were useful, or things that were not so useful, that can be given back to governments, so the policies that are so important can be in place? And what were these examples that you can share with us?
Yeah, thank you very much. So first, thanks for the invitation. Thanks UNEP and UN Habitat. I think it's great to have a city focused event during this week. So just in a nutshell, because I'm not sure everyone is familiar, we are a small foundation, so we're based in Geneva, and we do two things. One is we deliver technical assistance to cities and project sponsors to make project bankable. And second point is we incubate investment vehicles that are by nature catalytic, so blended finance, if you wish, using public money to be able to attract private investment. And so I won't, and I'm sure, Priscilla already said a lot of the thing I could say, so I will try to not repeat too much, but for sure, so funding is very important. And let's be very honest, today it's very confusing. Each time we speak to mayor, to governor, everyone seems to work in silo. You have big numbers in GEF, in GCF, but can a city access it? Or you have to go try an accredited entity, would then use an executing entity. So there is a lot of debate, and if you look at all the numbers that are thrown at COP, usually there is a feeling, okay, where is that money in the end? And I think it is a quite complex debate, of course, and we cannot debunk everything. And a lot of it also has to do with this famous word I pronounced earlier, it's bankability, but no one really knows what is bankability. So that's really the sorry, it's not bankable, but okay, and what next? No one knows even what exactly it means. So I think, we also hear about the funding gap, the trillions, billions, trillions of trillions. And definitively one of our key point to that is we won't fund that only with public investment. And this is where we really need private investors. And in order to bring private investors, this is really where national governments indeed have to work on the enabling factors, first increase capacities, capacity building of the, municipalities, of the CFO of municipalities or CFO of public utilities. A lot of times, there are many types of instruments to finance some project, and not every type of instrument will work for every project. And so I think there is some sophistication sometimes needed to be more efficient with the scarce use of public funding. So there is this point. Of course, I won't expand on regulation, devolution. I think we already spoke a lot about it. And then really be able to attract private investors. And that's really for us one of the key parts. How do you attract more private investors? And here, everyone's always speaking about innovation. And yes, it's innovative, but there have been multiple examples. Many cities have done it. And our take is really what we need to do today is scale up. Innovation sometimes seems a bit, if you want to bring the big capital, they're like, oh, innovation. Oh, I don't know. It's new. They don't want new things. They want things that have been successful and scale up. They want to see scale if you want to bring the private investors. So the light doesn't agree with me, but that's something else. So usually we try to not work on innovative mechanism. We try to scale up proven solution, and we try to really identify what are the risks, what are the rewards, how we can structure product so that everyone gets his adjusted risk return. It's the type of project we work on, but to try to avoid innovation. It's very sexy in a politic environment. You want to innovate. As a banking sector, it's not always very sexy to be the innovator. Sometimes you just want to do the proven stuff that will be very bankable, as we say. And I will take the second point, and Priscilla made it. We really need to shift from a project financing approach to program, and I will even say product. And I will take the worst example possible ever, and don't quote me on that. How come we cannot fund most of the projects we are all sitting on because they're not so-called bankable? And we've managed to put so much money into subprime that have been proven unbankable by, in 2008. And no one understood what was in the subprime, but money was still pouring in. And so I don't recommend we need to cheat and create our own subprime for climate, but yeah, so I don't recommend that. But however, this is really where we see that when we create product, when we create an asset class, which is climate finance, urban finance, that people understand what it is and don't have to look at every single line of every single project, we can be much more effective at attracting private investor. So this is why the approach we try to do is really to create innovative financial mechanism so that we can attract them. So I will just give a few examples. For instance, there is a lot of work that has been done by the Zebra team, C40, GCOM, and many around the room around electric mobility in LATAM. There is a tremendous raising awareness that has been done, policy push. Some leader city like Bogota, Santiago, soon Sao Paulo are starting to put fleet of e-buses. So we started to look at that in a program funded by Bloomberg Philanthropies. How come those cities managed to do it, but the booming of experience that was expected didn't come to fruition? And when you look, there are players that are keen to put equity, NLX, VG Mobility, and multiple others. There are lots of banks willing to put debt on those projects. And always the answer we have is, the credit municipality worthiness, the municipality credit worthiness was not so great. So in the end, we could not really secure the loan. And so actually a lot of transaction will not go to the end because of that single element. So how can we create, and that's a link, so a guarantee mechanism to foster only that part? And if it's the part that we can use the scarce public money to guarantee that part, and then the private will do the rest, let's use the public money on that and not on financing loans that anyway a private bank could have done if given the right enabling factor. We're, for instance, working on waste, again, with Bloomberg Philanthropies. And as you rightly said, today the big issue is OPEX. We need to find a solution to finance those OPEX. And those are the type of products we want to work on. One of the funds that exists today, it's called the Subnational Climate Fund. We receive 150 million from the Green Climate Fund to de-risk as a first loss the full investment. It's a $750 million investment fund. Attached to it, we put a 28 million grant facility because we need those projects to be bankable, as we said. And so if the pipeline doesn't come to that fund, then let's have a technical assistance so we can also help to create that pipeline. And so I think those are small solutions. We have a website. Some of the solutions are highlighted, and SCF is always looking for opportunities if you have in your cities. So yeah, I don't know. I hope I answered your question, but thanks a lot.
Super. No, thanks. Actually, I was reflecting because in my previous role, I worked both with the GEF and the GCF. And it's so different because the Global Environment Facilities is much more or much less risk averse. They are in a pre-space of, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but things that actually you can experiment, try, do policy, innovate, and prepare for scaling up, whereas the GCF is exactly what you're saying, has to be proven to be able to be investable. And I think the lesson that the scarce resources have to go to guarantee mechanisms is a very good lesson. And I think we have to think a little bit more on how to structure projects like that, because the technical assistance grant is exactly to in a way that they can attract that type of equity or guarantees that will de-risk the investment, because sometimes it's not even a city risk, it's a country risk that you're dealing with. It's not a city issue, it's a country issue. So it's much more complex than that. So there are many interesting things that you said, but I would like to talk to now Alok and from the Global Environment Facility. And you have managed many cities projects, and the GEF has been a great, I think, supporter of the cities agenda. And I think the issue of integration has been in the GEF for a long time in terms of a more programmatic approach, how to remove bureaucracy, how to think about channeling funds to cities while still working with national governments, because this is the constituency that the Global Environment Facility has, and how to push the implementing agencies, which is a very complicated thing, which is UNEP, for instance, and 17 more, to think very strongly on how to structure a project like that. So the floor is yours, and please share with us good lessons learned so we can continue to learn. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. I don't think we can have a better spokesperson than Ruth for the GEF. I'll start by reflecting on what John, the climate envoy from Quebec government, said in the previous session, that we need international organizations like the GEF to bring cities in the forum, in the discussions where major decisions are being made. Just wanted to say that we heard it 8 years back. In 2014, 2016, we started our first pilot to support critical economic systems which are driving environmental degradation, as well as which are vulnerable to climate change. So we launched our integrated approach pilot program focusing on cities. And as Ruth mentioned, our constituency, as you know, and many of you would know, that our constituency is the national government. But it was a pilot to build on the momentum that many city networks and many organizations were organizations created that, city leadership is so important in not just meeting the local goals, but also national and local and the global goals. So with that, we started our pilot program in 2014-16 in the UNEA-6 period with 11 countries and 28 cities. And then I'm glad to let you know that we got very good success thanks to many of our partners, including my close friend Ruth from UNEP. We are now already operating in 50 cities in 17 countries, and we have already selected additional cities pending council approval this year. Hopefully, we will be supporting 100 cities in 34 countries. So this is how we have evolved, and we are strong believer, as you know, that we deliver for global environmental benefits, but we strongly believe that local action at cities level is critical to achieve global environmental benefits, whether it is about addressing climate change, biodiversity loss, or reducing land degradation. We provide grants primarily, but we can evolve. You provided excellent ideas, and I think we will also closely look at the reforms report, although that's more for MDBs, which are our partner organizations. We have multilateral climate funds. We have provided already around 310 million in grant, pending council approval, 160 million more. But our finance is more of a catalytic finance. And as Ruth said, our objective is to try things which can unlock more financing to cities. And we are trying to do this through three primary approaches. First is the integrated approach, which you heard a bit about. Within that, there are two aspects. First is we work across sectors. So we traditionally, Jeff used to focus on sectoral investments. This is the program where we introduced cross-sectoral investments, working across, transport, waste, energy, water, all these things across. And that actually led to programs or solutions which are more integrated in nature. For example, our work with cities in China, in India, in Argentina on transit-oriented development in cities, which is about urban design and how transport, settlements, and other things can be integrated. Nature-based solutions, which is also bringing many different actors together. So what happened because of this is that we enabled aggregation of financing towards sustainability solutions. So there is investment in transport already planned in cities, but we brought it as part of DoD to make it towards sustainability objectives. Similarly, on nature-based solutions, on circular economy. So that's one aspect, that this cross-sectoral. You may have heard about multi-level governance in the previous sessions, and that is something that we are really inspired and we are really working at. And I think we have the leverage here because the national governments very closely. This program focuses on cities. We are creating that enabling conditions thanks to many of our partners, particularly the UN agencies, which are facilitating this multi-level governance, which is enabling more national funds flowing to cities as well as within the cities, creating policies and regulations which can, create more revenues for cities to invest in such solutions. And third, which is, the most unique aspect of our program is the global platform and the global partnership, which we have, created. We the massive plantation that is going on there, the campaign, it is funded jointly by the World Bank and the GEF with additional support from many other organizations. We work very closely with UN agencies. They are fantastic in strengthening institutional capacities. I think in the previous session, the respondent, sorry, I forgot your name, mentioned about the importance of UN agents. So I don't need to emphasize on it again. And finally, our partners, the most valuable partners, I should say, the city networks like the ICLE, C40, and WRI, who are bringing us really closer to the cities. And that has really catalyzed a lot of our work and financing to cities, the city academies, the finance academies that they are running across the year is helping cities not only just access our finance, but also learn how to design good projects which can attract finance from many other sources. So all these things have led to 4 billion in co-financing directly from our projects, and creating projects which can leverage much more financing going forward. So I don't know what was your question, but but what I wanted to share is that we as one of the financing institutions for to address environmental challenges, we think the cities are quite central. And we are not just bringing climate finance. I think the most of the discussions is around climate finance. We are also bringing nature finance to cities. And I think as the discussion grows, evolves around importance of nature and biodiversity in cities, it is really critical to think how more nature, biodiversity, and other finance can also be brought into cities. More than 400 cities are closer to globally important protected areas. And we don't want cities to expand further and reach those protected areas. It will be disastrous. So it's the time that we invest our nature finance in cities so that they are more dense, they don't sprawl, they are more efficient in resource utilization, and we get the real sustainable transformation that we need. So we are committed, we are blending all our resources, we are working with amazing partners. We look forward to expanding it further in the JEF 9 phase. And we welcome more ideas and partnership to make the collective vision that this room has to make cities more sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alok. I think that it's very nice to hear, and it gives us a good segue to the next point, which is nature and finance. But before I give the floor to Mihai, I just wanted to say that the JEF has been instrumental in bringing these partnerships to bear. It's the partnership for this global knowledge platform brings together so many partners in the city space working with one objective, which is build upon the strength of each of the partners and actually have products, tools, and approaches available to all cities. So it's really a very cost-effective way of pooling the resources and sharing the knowledge. And I think that is, apart from everything that we have said, very commendable, and we're very pleased. With that, going back to the nature part, I think what we want is that the climate and nature agenda meet at the global level, but at the city level. And Mihai, who is the head of the climate adaptation branch, which is now adaptation and resilience branch in our samples and your thoughts, and thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if I was a poet, I would probably have written some poem that was called Conundrum or Tension or something like that, because we're very often faced with, particularly at the city level, we're very often faced with things like, is it nature or is it climate? Is it mitigation or is it adaptation? Is it bankable or is it innovative or is it scalable? And so what we've been trying to do through the Generation Restoration Cities program, many of the cities and mayors sitting around this table are part of this, either as role model cities or as pilot cities, is to essentially bridge that divide. Cities are really where all the agendas converge. Our entry point is the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. It's a decade that was voted by a General Assembly resolution back in 2021.
and that essentially put forward the Decade on Restoration as part of the Decade on Action. When we first had a call for proposals for expressions of interest of 4 World Restoration flagships, we received 0 from urban environments, none. And so out of 174, there was none from urban environments. So then we said, okay, there is a gap there, which we want to close. And we know that there are initiatives, there are efforts, there are lots of things that are happening in urban settings. Maybe we didn't pitch our call properly. So we went again, created a specific project for cities, for nature and climate in cities, addressing both the mitigation and adaptation side of things, but also, as you said, the nature and biodiversity side of things. And what this has ended up with is 265 submissions from cities all around the world. And it was very, very difficult to make a choice. The technical teams, I was just watching the technical teams and was going to approve at the end. But they had a very, very hard time. Clay, C40, GIZ, the team in UNEP, BMZ, and others had a very, very hard time because all of the things were fantastic. Our funding is limited, but we're trying to do a lot of bang for the buck. And so some of the things that we've been exposed to are, for example, mangrove restoration in Barranquilla, that in fact transformed Barranquilla in Colombia, that transformed an environment that was relatively unsafe into an environment that is now generating funding for the city because there's a fee or entrance fee that has brought back quite a bit of diversity, and that is shielding the city front from sea level rise and from surges in particular. So when we say nature in cities, essentially we are talking about those win-win solutions. We've seen examples of city environments that have increased their tree canopy by 10%. What that has generated is a buffer in terms of urban heat of roughly plus or minus 3 degrees, which means that there is less need for either heating or cooling. What that does is that the city footprint in terms of greenhouse gases is also reduced. We've seen as well, and that's something that I hadn't thought about, by introducing more vegetation in cities, and we had some cities that had been working either on their wetlands, or I think Cape Town was doing the wetlands work, and then we had some cities doing watershed as well. What we've seen is that actually with the introduction, with the regreening of cities, what also happens is that fauna becomes more diverse. By fauna becoming more diverse, the fauna of concrete jungles becomes challenged. Fauna of concrete jungles is pigeons, rats, and cockroaches. And so you start greening your city and you start having actually falcons, you start having a much bigger diversity, you start having lizards that will eat up your insects and your mosquitoes. And then that means that there is much less need for pesticides, for deratification, insecticides and so on. And so you have much less of a pollution load as well and of a sanitation problem. And so these are the kind of things that we have started to see happening, particularly, with increased heat. We know that that will bring an increase or a change in terms of range of insects and of other pests. And so by regreening the urban environment, what we are doing is essentially also helping curb those climate impacts. And lastly, I think it was the city of Manaus in Brazil that had introduced a fantastic approach of school canteens combined with urban gardens, combined with parks, combined with urban agriculture, and so pushed the sourcing of their food in canteens into the city environment. And that has had an impressive footprint, not only within the geography of the cities, but also beyond. So now our next challenge is that we are looking for city entrepreneurs in urban environment. Precisely what has been the discussion around here. It's the private sector. How can it create jobs? How can it create entrepreneurial initiatives? How can we draw funding into that? So that's going to be our next challenge. The UN, unfortunately, doesn't sit on big funds to guarantee and to provide the kind of guarantees. What we do provide, however, is that connection, that seal of good practice and best practice. And I think, hopefully, we will be launching at UNEA the call for the next World Restoration flagships of the world. We do sincerely hope that next time around, we will have one of our generation restoration cities be part of that. So with this, Ruth, thank you.
Thank you. As we can see, very inspiring how to bring nature and climate in cities, and the Generation Restoration Project is an excellent example. I'll talk to Mayor Hidalgo so we can have less rats in Paris, because the situation is unbearable. It's true, isn't it? It's really very complicated. But anyway, so thanks for that. I would like to give the floor, if I can, Gunara, if we have time, a little bit to Priscilla, to David, and to Alok for a last thought, and maybe Mihai as well. Priscilla, you talked a lot about the MDBs. She's not there.
No.
So okay.
The magic.
It's a map. Yeah, I thought she was recorded, but then I saw her speaking. I thought so. She was small, wasn't she? And I was like, oh, I really made a mistake. And actually not. Okay, fine. So I will. But then I go first to Alok. We work a lot with the MDBs. We try to work. EBRD has a cities program, and it would be interesting to know if you believe going forward in GEF9 how to bring more the MDBs into the Sustainable Cities program, so we can work closer together with them. And if you believe that the MDB reform that CCFLA was talking about can be a catalytic way of doing that, because I think the MDBs, what they face when I talk to them, is the issue of credit worthiness, is the issue that the sovereign guarantees that have to be given at the national level, and how they do their framework agreements with the countries, right? And the windows that they have are urban windows, and I think Priscilla was talking, they're sometimes lost into transportation, because once I asked an MDB to tell me how much investments they were having on cities, and they have from each of their investments on transport, on sanitation, etc., they have to bring it all together to tell what is actually being urban investment. So the taxonomy, or the way the things are tagged, actually do matter. And I think going forward, what I see the MDBs looking at is what is a climate positive, nature positive investment, and how do you think the GEF can help on that?
Thanks, Ruth. I think you answered some of the question, part of the question. I think this is a good question, but MDBs are in a much better position to comment on, how the reforms will look like and how they can, bridge this gap of working directly with cities. From our perspective, the GEF and the council has been encouraging us to work more with MDBs and leveraging more of their investments towards climate, biodiversity, and other investments. And given that cities is one of the flagship programs for us, we will strengthen and reinforce our collaboration with them. to make sure that the grant that we are providing can really get multiple times investments. Right now, I think our ratio is probably one is David was talking about. Yeah. But I think for example, our project in India, where UNEP and ADB is jointly implementing the cities program of the JEF. ADB is working with the Chennai City Corporation directly. So while they have a framework agreement with the national government with sovereign guarantees, because that's something that they can't really skip, their main counterparts are the units in the Greater Chennai City Corporation. So there are models, and even the World Bank and others, they have. So I think what is important is that which when I say we, the JEF and the partnership identifies these opportunities and demonstrate, how these urban investments, because for MDBs, it's not city investments, it's more urban investments, how these urban investments can really support the subnational governments and their leadership, and that that the interventions become more bottom up, while also ensuring that, their contributions or their efforts lead to national, targets and the global targets. So in short, we are committed to work more with them. We are seeing some good models where MDBs can take lead. And one of the examples is, I don't know if it was mentioned earlier in one of the sessions, in the JEF 8 period, World Bank, UNEP, and ICLEI, they are coming together to implement this new urban nature program, which we will support under the JEF 8 program. And this is a great example of 3 unique, different organizations coming together with their respective strengths. World Bank with financing and the national focus, UNEP with strong institutional governance and other aspects. I'm sure the decade of restoration, sorry if I UN decade. So that agenda coming in, and with ICLEI, which is very closely working with cities on the biodiversity agenda. Together they can ensure that that we unlock more financing from MDBs and other sources to cities. So I'm optimistic. I know there are barriers, there are challenges, but as Ruth said, we are here to innovate, take some risks, and provide support that can really lead to the transformation we are talking about today. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Alok. That's very nice to hear. And I'd like now to reflect a little bit upon what we discussed, David, and with the JEF in that space of innovation, and you telling us that from the private sector perspective, it has to be proven, right? It has to be somehow scalable. You need the guarantees. And the Green Climate Fund, you mentioned the subnational fund of the Green Climate Fund, the technical assistance facility with grants. What are some of the lessons that working within these environments you can further share that make a project successful for scalability, so it can be designed in a way that actually allows that?
So I think if I had a simple answer, we wouldn't be sitting here. So of course there is no simple answer. Looking at projects, I think there is always when a city look at a project, there is a problem and you want to solve that problem. And I think when someone looking at finance look at projects, sees a set of risk and basically wants to allocate those risks. And I think those are already sometimes two visions that don't always align. So I think there is a necessity to sometimes speak a common language. And we discussed, I think over a coffee break, sometimes meeting, if you are a city official and you go to a private bank desk, you've prepared 80 pages, they've read one of it, and they ask you a question that you haven't prepared. And there is really sometimes a discrepancy in the language. So I think the capacity building on the city level is important, but also capacity building on the financial levels. It's we need to meet in the middle, hopefully. And no, and then if it's more global and also to go on what also Alok said, and I think also we shouldn't wait too much, because there is a climate urgency, and I think we're all well aware of it. And there is also always a lot of hope put on the MDB reform. Yes, it's great. Will it solve everything? Not sure. There is a lot of enthusiasm about future Atmos credit. Great, but it's not yet there. And will it solve everything? Most probably not. So I think it's not because there is the next big fancy thing that we should be waiting for it, because most probably it will be less shiny than what we expect and won't solve everything. And I don't believe we have to reform the way the society has been deploying capital for the last, since we are basically, since we've discovered fossil fuel, and we have 10 years or so to do so. It's not the MDB reform will do it. It's not the Atmos credit will do it. It's all of it, and we need to start now. So, I really like what you say, Alok. You already have resource. Let's work on those one. Let's see what we can do, and let's not always wait for the next big idea and large change. We don't have that time, and so I think that if also looking at the more philosophical ending, I think that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
I like that, poems and philosophical ending. I think that is really nice. And I take a lot from what you have said, a common language both ways. We have to work on that. And I think this goes back to CCFLA and the work that ICLEI does on top, and C40 on the academies and all the partners, I think tries to address these. And I think that is very good that we're trying to work on that space. I love what you're saying of influence existing resources. That I think is very powerful. And I think that is something we should continue to do, not wait for the reforms. And before I close, maybe Miha, you wanna reflect upon something that has been said, and then I think we'll have to close.
No, I mean, mine will be just two very quick points. The first one is that, this whole issue of innovation versus scale, I think is something that we will have to address at some point, because we keep being asked for innovation. There's a limit to how much we can be creative, and there are some low-hanging solutions that actually do need to be funded. And so that matter of innovation versus scale, maybe it's in simplicity, innovation sometimes does come in simplicity. And then the second aspect is the whole thing of is how actually bankability is assessed. And you're right, oftentimes it comes down to return on investment. We don't necessarily look at long-term economic avoided economic losses. And I think in particular in a context of climate change, we do need to start looking at those long-term avoided economic losses. Some of them may be short-term through extreme weather events, very high costs, but the way we assess investments probably needs to change as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, my brilliant, outstanding panel. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I will try, I will now turn to Gulnara.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ruth, for this brilliant moderation and for the amazing panel. I think we moved a lot in understanding about where we're going. And Jeannie, you were opening this discussion today. I think you framed it very well. So what do you think?
Okay, you've asked me to wrap up. And so I think, first of all, this has been a really exciting afternoon, I must say. And it's exhibited the complexity of what we're dealing with. And there's a lot to unpack from both of the panels. I think the first thing we have to remember, and this is what Agatha told us, trillions of dollars are needed. trillions. And so there's not one solution. There's going to be multiple solutions. It's not going to be the World Bank MDB reform, of course. It's going to be a lot of things have to happen. So I think we have to realize that. So I've got 10 lessons we've learned today. I'll make them short, however. Okay, number one, Freetown. What did we learn from Freetown? We learned a lot, but we did learn the importance of leadership, vision, and innovation here. Remember, she talked about the tokens and how you paid for the trees. So innovation is, we have to use that word carefully. Okay, Quebec. What did we learn from them? We learned that partnerships could raise capital, California and Quebec, and they could spend it on their cities, but they could also share it with other places. So that was a really good lesson. CCFLA, yes, we learned there's a lot of need for the MDBs to ramp up their support, but there's another piece of that message that I'm not sure everybody realized, that they have a lot of technical expertise that should be applied to what we need to do. There's this discussion between finance and funding. Those are different things. A city has to be able to fund its projects, but it also has to be able to access finance to get the projects. So we shouldn't be using those two words interchangeably, but we should understand that they're two separate things. Fifth lesson, institutional arrangements need to understand in the many, many complexities. For example, David was talking about all the business of borrowing from, getting a grant from GF or borrowing a GCF. Terribly sophisticated kind of things have to be done to do that. And also the timing in these institutions takes a long time, and cities don't have that time. They need that money fast. And so the question is, how can we deal with that? And then there's the other institutional arrangements we all know about, that when local and national governments are not aligned. How do we get around that? And one of the big issues is cities need direct funding. How do we get direct funding to cities? Sixth lesson, we've got to go back to the basics. You're not going to have a bankable project unless you have a way to fund it once it's been financed. And that basics has to do with raising local revenues as well as being able to be credit worthy and having bankable projects. Seventh lesson, we need to think in the investment community, what are assets? And the very good point you brought up, David, about we need to think about climate finance as an asset class. Big investment areas like insurance and pensions have to invest in certain kinds of asset classes. They can't even invest in infrastructure as an asset class. So we have to find ways to get that defined. Let's see. We really do aspire integrated development, of course, Akash, but let's look at what happens at the city level. I'm looking at the mayor is smiling. How do you get one agency to work with another? And so we have to find ways to work on this integrated development, because cities are systems of systems, and those systems have to work together, but it's going to take that leadership and vision to be able to do that. The idea of leveraging grants is very, very important. Let's use that money that we have from the various public funds to leverage private sector. Back to the original point, there's not enough money in the MDB world to pay for what we need to do with climate. We have to get to the private sector. That means getting back to the basics, bankable projects, and so forth. Love the discussion on lesson number 9 is understanding the co-benefits of the various things, particularly nature, and the cascading effects that were so brilliantly done. Lesson number 10, we have a lot to do.
Thank you so much for the panelists. It seems that, and thank you so much, Jenny, for this excellent 10 points. So we are putting in the outcome document, obviously, the report of the meeting. So thank you so much. So now it seems that we are ready to the concluding panel. So we will change, we will bring now the concluding colleagues. Do I need to move, or how many concluding people we have?
It's not you.
Actually, it's gonna sit here. Yeah. Yeah. Very clearly. I will. Right, colleagues. So we're trying to have now the last closing panel. We still have several interventions before we close. And just to say that, just again to remember that we have quite many colleagues also online, and yeah, and we know that in the afternoon the connection was not very good, so some of the colleagues, we try to organize them speaking, but it's not possible. Yeah, so sorry. So we apologize to colleagues online that maybe internet, as we actually expected, internet is not very reliable sometimes. But please bear with us with this internet connection if there were issues today afternoon. So we will start our closing remarks with the Undersecretary of State of the Ministry of Environment of Cambodia, Mr. Van Moninis.
Thank you very much. My here on behalf of the Ministry of Environment, I would like to express my sincere thanks and appreciation to the UNEP and UNEP partnership for organizing this important event. Over the last 25 years, Cambodia has prospered from peace and political stability, which have led the country to achieve remarkable development toward the middle-class societies. Cambodia cities and urban area has experienced significant growth in terms of population, housing, transport, commercial activity, and public infrastructures. With rapid urbanization, Cambodia has set the vision for the year of 2050 to reach the upper income and high income status. With the social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and good governance. Cambodia Pentagon Strategy Phase 1, 2023-2028, and Cambodia's Circular Strategy on Environment 2023-2028, which are newly adopted a national strategy, continue to focus the management and modernization or the urbanization at both national and subnational levels to ensure a good living environment, safety, ethnic well-being, and socio-economic efficiencies. This strategy also focuses on digitalizing the subnational level administration, finance, and planning, as well as delegating certain decision-making powers to and responsibilities to the subnational government. In line with the framework, the Ministry of Environment has delegated a certain role and duty related to the environmental management, for instance, solid waste management, to the subnational governments. With the guidance from the national government, the gradual decentralization process has encouraged the city and region to more effective, inclusive, and sustainable action to tackle this climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Cambodia has also passed environmental and natural resources code, which contain provision of the preparation of the master plan for sustainable cities. The code will be effective later this year, and it will promote more cities activities and development in terms of climate change resilient, sustainable transport, green building, etc. All of these efforts aim at making our city and region clean, green, and sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, the limitation of the technical and technological and financial capacity of the subnational levels remains a challenge. I believe that sustainable financing for sustainable urban development is an important component to combat issue of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. To expand and enhance the sustainable financing, I want to emphasize the role of the private sectors and climate finance. For instance, regarding to the middle and large environmental infrastructure projects, such as large-scale waste treatment facilities, Cambodia has mobilized private sectors investment with the concession arrangement for the use of the landfill and the use of waste. In fact, local group company has committed to invest $1 million to establish refuse-derived fuels facilities in the cities to properly treat the legal waste and at the landfill. Cambodia has been working to bring more green finance to Cambodian entrepreneurs and the private bank through access to the Green Climate Bank and through adoption of the sustainable financing practices in the banking sectors. Notably, examples including thematic bonds such as green bond and sustainability bond insurance. This scheme will help accelerating more investment for the green and clean project in Cambodia. The Ministry of Environment also plans to support the public-private banks to become the accredited entities to have the right access to the financing from the Green Climate Fund. Carbon financing is increasingly become important in order to bring in more investment for clean projects as it increased bankabilities of climate mitigation projects, whilst incentivizing the clean technology enterprise. With the technical support from our development partners, the Ministry of Environment has been developed the governance framework for carbon trading under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Our aim is to develop bilateral trading with buyer countries who wish to trade carbon with the royal government of Cambodia. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage national and subnational level entities to work more with the private sectors and innovate sustainable urban financing, which can be blended with public financing and climate financing in order to reduce investment risks for the private sector's investors. Government entities could also put in place of the legal and policy framework to help protect the sustainable urban investment. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Monenis. It was really, I think, useful to hear in the, preparation for UNEA about the multiple activities that you are doing, and I think it's really good kind of segue to the discussion next week at UNEA. So now we are going back to the regional level, and we will have two interventions online. So first of all, we will have intervention by Mayor, Deputy Mayor of the Mayor of Warsaw and Chair of the Commission for the Environment, Climate Change and Energy of our very good partner, European Committee of the Region. Mr. Tsarkovsky wasn't able to come in person, so this is a recorded intervention.
As we bring the summit to a close, let me first acknowledge the profound interconnectedness of the triple planetary crises that our world faces today: biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. These challenges are not isolated and should not be treated as such. They are deeply intertwined, exacerbating one another, threatening the very fabric of our existence, as well as jeopardizing any possibility to achieve a sustainable development. These crises demands a global response and unites peoples in a concerted effort to safeguard our planet for future generations. The Paris Agreement, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and the Sustainable Development Goals stand as a testament to our collective commitment to these existential threats. However, the success agreements on effective global commitments into tangible action on the ground. We are at the forefront of innovative solutions, implementing policies and initiatives that drive progress towards sustainability and resilience in communities worldwide. Our understanding change biodiversity loss and pollution. It is therefore imperative that subnational governments are effectively and officially involved in UN global processes so that we can empower ourselves to shape decisions that affect us all. Our expertise, leadership, and unwavering dedication are crucial for driving meaningful change and ensuring the realization of our shared vision for a more sustainable and equitable world. I am here as a mayor of Warsaw, but also on behalf of the European Committee of the Regions, a European Union's body that gathers and represents the interests of more than 1 million local and regional authorities. We're striving to promote the active involvement of subnational authorities in global agendas, as reflected in our opinion on Towards a Global Green Deal, harmonizing global frameworks for climate change, biodiversity, and sustainable development. Through our participation in international conferences, we are committed to breaking down silos and fostering synergies and collaborative solutions to tackle the intertwined planetary crises. Let us harness the collective power of subnational governments to accelerate progress towards our global commitments. With many relevant events happening in 2024, such as the climate and biodiversity COPs, as well as the summits of the future, we subnational governments will make our voice heard. But only by listening to us, together with all levels of government involved, we can build a future where humanity thrives in harmony with nature and where no citizen is left behind. The time for action is now. Our own existence. As we bring the summit.
Dear representatives of member states, dear executive director, dear fellow mayors and governors, dear colleagues from the Global Task Force, it is a pleasure to be here today addressing the third edition of the Cities and Regions Summit in the framework of UNEA. A testament to the importance of cities in the achievement of the climate and ecological transformation agenda, and towards the importance of localizing all of the agendas if they are to become a reality. Being here today is a testament to the evolution of our role as local and regional governments in the international system. The Cities and Regions Summit is an opportunity to continue to hold multi-level dialogue on the innovative solutions that we need to address for the future of our communities, and to achieve with all the stakeholders truly livable, inclusive, and sustainable cities. It is also an important momentum to continue strengthening the structural involvement Localization, of course, means ownership of the global goals from the bottom up, and not simply the parachuting of the global goals onto local contexts. The technical barriers to achieving sustainable development at local level must be identified and tackled. But localization is clearly a political and financial issue. And only through the political will of all stakeholders will we be able to truly implement the agendas in cities and territories, to leave no one and no place behind. Localizing, of course, calls for us to ensure that the local and global agendas are understood as one. We cannot be mere witnesses. We cities take the lead towards ecological transformation, one that goes beyond climate mitigation and one that is working solidly towards true transformation of our consumption and production habits. And for the need plan so we need clearer commitments from all the stakeholders in order to make this a reality. We must prioritize nature in order to improve the resilience and the livability of our cities, so as to secure a sustainable future for humanity. As we are seeing today in this summit, our constituency of local and regional governments is committed to address spiking air pollution in our cities and territories, to work together to pursue nature-based solutions, to strengthen urban-rural linkages, to halt ecosystem fragmentation and biodiversity degradation. The 2030 Agenda, the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, and the New Urban Agenda, as well as the Paris Agreement, all acknowledge the role that we can play. And it is in spaces such as this where we will be able to enhance our dialogue with all stakeholders, from national governments to the international institutions, in order to build the future we want for the communities we represent. With local and regional governments being formally recognized in the access to funds on loss and damage, we will UNEA Connect with all other global decisions on climate, loss and damage, biodiversity and desertification, giving the Global South a sound voice. Time is running out. We need bold leadership. We need citizen participation, we need inclusive governance and enabling institutional frameworks to foster ownership of the global agendas. Local governments do not, of course, have the solution to all the problems, but I am certain, and this City Summit is a testament to this, I am certain that we are part of the solution, and that if we work in close collaboration, we will be able to fulfill our role as guardians of the global development agendas. We would like to take the opportunity of the upcoming UN Summit for the Future to encourage positive transformation of the multilateral system with full involvement of all stakeholders at local, regional, national, and global levels. Business as usual is not an option, And at the local level, we will transform our food, water, energy, and waste systems through integrated territorial approaches, seeking the well-being of our communities and urgent action against the climate emergency. We, local and regional governments, offer you our commitment, our local knowledge, the creativity of our communities, and our hopes to achieve sustainable cities. Our joint constituency is ready to act, ready to face the future, and ready to become the partner for transformation that the world needs, to leave no one and no place behind. Thank you.
Remind colleagues that on Monday, on the 26th, the presentation by Joe, but also by the major group representatives. And it's really my pleasure that we're having a really good opportunity now to hear also from representatives of major groups, not only from the local government, but also a very important major group for us and for the cities, I believe, is of children and youth, the major group. And thank you so much, Xiomara Acevedo Navarro, representing this major group of us, coming here, and I would like to invite you to make a intervention.
My pleasure, our pleasure, and good afternoon, everyone. I stand before you as a representative of the Children and Youth Maker Group Union and as director of the Diablos 20 Foundation, a youth-led and women-led organization in Colombia. The Children and Youth Maker Group has been pushing efforts to empower and mobilize young people around the world, actively engaged in global environmental governance. Our work has been strengthening the voices and capacities of young people, accelerating their impact and strategies for change,
in their participation in decision-making processes that impact our planet's present and future. Just this weekend, we convened here at UNEP in the Youth Environmental Assembly. We were more than 400 young people from more than 50 cities around the world, so we're very proud of this. You can see all the diversity and leadership that the major group and young people around the world have been mobilizing. The world is at a unique moment in history right now. Young people are now the largest generation, a generation also becoming the majority of inhabitants of our cities. This change brings with it the reality that young people will be more affected by the challenges facing the cities they live in. It also comes with the undeniable role that we will play in altering the course of our cities, creating new visions and approaches to the intertwined environmental and urban issues. Globally, we have witnessed a trend where cities and subnational governments are demonstrating greater ambition in their climate and nature commitments compared to the national level goals. We believe this shift can be amplified through the effective inclusion of young people and an intersectional and intergenerational approach to the development of cities and urban regions. Progress requires the genuine integration and contribution of young people into decision and policy-making processes. Our perspectives, our knowledge, our leadership are critical in combating the ongoing degradation of ecosystems and pollutions of cities and also climate change. Subnational governments, including municipalities and local authorities, possess a unique advantage in addressing environmental challenges due to the proximity to the communities they serve. This proximity allows for the implementation of content-specific initiatives tailored to the unique needs and challenges and circumstances of each region. Indeed, subnational governments have the agility to pioneer innovative and transformative solutions that can accelerate the socio-ecological transitions that the world is needing, that humanity is needing, and bring tangible results on the ground. Incorporating young people into this process of shaping urban policies and action is imperative if we want to achieve a healthy present and future. So it is key to foster multi-stakeholder collaboration and engagement at the local level. By involving a diverse array of actors, including youth organizations, civil society, academia, the private sector, subnational government can harness the collective wisdom and leadership and also get the resources that we are needing to achieve all these goals locally. So we would like to suggest respectfully to the subnational governments here and all the other stakeholders to prioritize the following. Guarantee the human rights for young people to lead and participate, especially for those receiving the disproportionate impact of environmental injustices in cities. Promote the intersectional approach, but also promote sustainable jobs within cities. Continuously bridge the finance gap for youth-led initiatives because also young people need to, need finance to unlock resources for us to continue mobilizing and bringing change at global and also local level. Develop synergies among territorial planning processes and environmental management initiatives at both municipal and also the subnational levels that are related to climate change, nature protection, biodiversity, but also prioritizing at the core intergenerational equity. Create opportunities for meaningful youth participation in decision-making processes related to cities at all levels. This involves, for example, establishing advisory boards within subnational governments where young people can contribute their perspectives and ideas, as well as to converge and implement actions together. Young people, we are partners in the implementation of these global commitments. Additionally, efforts should be made to enhance transparency, accountability, and participatory decision-making processes within subnational governments. By fostering a culture of openness and inclusivity, local authorities can build trust within their constituents and ensure that environmental policies reflect our needs, our aspirations, and also of the communities that they are serving. So by embracing diverse perspectives, also prioritizing inclusivity and reshaping leadership and finance, as we have talked during the whole day, we can foster a new era of sustainable and transformative change. Thank you so much for the invitation, for young people, and also for your commitment to these issues.
Thank you so much, Samara, for your intervention and for your reminder to engage you as young people into our work, because you will be working, in the future when many of us will not be here anymore. So this transition really will be very important. So I will speak about UNEA, and again, by the way, to remind you that tomorrow will be also the Major Groups Forum. So it will be Saturday and Sunday. So, another major group, which is of the local authorities, is co-chaired by UCLG and by ICLEI. And this is why, and we really hope that UCLG and ICLEI will take some of the discussion outcomes to the discussion at the forum the next 2 days, and also to the presentation in the opening. And with this, I would like to give floor to representatives of the co-chairs of this major group. First of all, Firdaus Usdi Hum, a special advisor to the UCLG's Secretary General. And then after that, I will announce right away both co-chairs, Magash Naido, who is the head of the circular development of ICLEI, and he's a co-chair of the local authorities major group. So Firdaus, your floor is with you.
Thank you, Chair. What a day. It has been very interesting. It has been exciting. It has been like, I don't know. I have a mixed hope, actually. Very positive in one side, and on the other side, I think we are still not addressing some key big elephants. You were talking about the big elephants earlier. The elephants in the room for me are not really the national government, which now we have a fantastic multi-level dialogue and exchange, not everywhere in the world, but it is improving. But for me, the real elephant in the room are the situation of the world today and the wars that we are testifying. And so, and this makes that many of the finances that were going to the climate are now turning towards
weapons, towards defense, towards, and this is a reality we cannot hide ourselves from. So I think that is a little bit where we are today. And the second thing is, let's not forget that when we talk urban, we are not talking only about the concept of urbanization, but we are talking about the solution to manage human settlements. This is what we talk when we talk about urban. With its waste, it's what human beings generate as needs, as footprint, as whatever they live, whatever is marking and noting their daily life. This is the exact mandate that is given to the local authorities and by the citizenship to the local government, to the local and regional governments. This is what governance is about. And this, for me, has been the missing word today, governance. We have been talking a lot about cities, which is good. We have been talking a lot about urban, it's good. We did talk, and I was very happy with the intervention of Mihai about nature, bringing nature here. We need to change our relationship to nature. But this is what we are talking about today. Local and regional governments have to manage the daily life of the citizens as their core work on a daily basis, while the environment has to be equipped to offer the ability to unfold our lives as citizens, as each one of us are citizens. It has to respect and allow a future for our lives to continue unfolding and to the future generations. And make no mistake, we will be made accountable as a society. I mean, this is a true. I don't know if you have heard about these young Portuguese that went to La Haye, bringing on trial the national government of Portugal and also the EU because they say that they have no planet to live for the future. And this is happening already. So we need to keep this in mind when we think and decide of the resolutions that we want to bring in this excellent platform. So these urbanities must be developed in respect of the ecosystems that allow us to continue unfolding our lives. And these multilateral parameters are integrating nature as our link to life. How can we make this a reality, a concrete reality, locally efficient? This is what also I have been missing today for the future of our people and for the future of our territories. We need to find solutions to allow life systems. And I think the one that said that is California representative this morning. It's something that we use in the forum, in the UCLG Forum of Intermediary Cities that we have brought to the G20 as life systems, as the ecosystem that allow human beings to work and live within a natural and built ecosystem. So let's be honest, we are beginning to pay the cost of not having acted before. So what will be this cost? And this is something that began talking about when we were talking about the finance, but not enough. And I think Alok was talking about that a little bit, and I think we should push that conversation. We have been trying to push this conversation also in the SDSN Commission, and we're on it. So I would like to recall this question when we talk about redesigning the finance architecture, and how much it is necessary also when we talk about the MDBs. Today, the emergency is on how to make the flushes of fund quick, efficient, and not complex to the local government, through the governance, through all levels of governance. Otherwise, we have no locally efficient action, which will be unimpactful and unmeaningful. But finance is just part of our due commitment to the future generations. Changing our model of living, this is not an utopia. This is what we have to commit to. This is a reality we are committed to within the decades of action and restoration. This is what is the narrative that is part of that. The current model of finance is way too complicated and too slow to be effective. And it does slow down the interest of the funders, but also the interest of the investors. So only a right global multilateral system and ecosystem, and I was so happy to hear that today, will allow this to happen. So from UCLG, being the network of networks, we are, on behalf of the Global Task Force and our partners, we have been hearing this call, and we have understood that we need to build the right ecosystem for an institutional arrangement, agreements, voices that we could bring at global level, especially at the UN. So today, multilateralism is being confronted throughout the world, but it is the only channel through which we can restore and save a healthy planet for the future generations. As the UN Secretary General put it during the opening of the SDGs summit last year, the SDGs need a rescue plan, and this is what we are working on. A development of to-do list